Chapter 75 Extreme Martial Province. Chapter 75 Extreme Martial Province. Qinxiang examined Zhu Rong from top to bottom. Although his appearance was a little bit mature, he was wearing very ordinary clothes. His clothing lacked any kind of visible ornaments, resulting in a very poor visage. Do you know how much the extreme martial sect charges? Just the cost for a year will make you retreat in defeat. Zhu Rong pursed his lips as he spoke, but suddenly he heard a kacha sound, as if someone was biting a fruit. Zhu Rong was a connoisseur of fine foods, and he immediately turned his head, only to see Qinxiang holding a purple fruit, taking a bite one after another, even going as far as spitting out some of the peel. Zhu Rong was stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted, "Idiot, are you using purple spirit fruit for such thing? Quickly stop eating. F you, C.K. your mom. Those peels are extremely valuable, and you're actually spitting them." Purple spirit fruit was the main herb for refining true qi-dan. To just consume the fruit was simply an extravagant waste. Upon seeing this, Zhu Rong could not wait to seize it from Qinxiang's hands. In his opinion, to just directly eat the purple spirit fruit was simply a blasphemy. Qinxiang's facial expression remained indifferent. This purple spirit fruit is very tasty and sweet too. There is even rich true qi released after eating it. The gluttonous Zhu Rong turned dark red as he boiled in anger. Although the purple spirit fruit was not his, watching it being eaten in such a way caused him to have a heartache. "Stop eating it. I'll buy the purple spirit fruit," Zhu Rong quickly shouted, but just before he finished speaking, Qinxiang swallowed the rest of the 2/3 of the fruit. Zhu Rong boiled as he felt an urge to rush over and shatter Qinxiang's chin. "How much does it cost to enter extreme martial sect for a year?" Qinxiang asked while smiling. Zhu Rong stamped his foot as he snorted with anger. Your type will never enter the extreme martial sect." Although he did not Qinxiang's he was very certain that he was extremely rich. Otherwise he would not dare to eat purple spirit fruit so casually. "Forget that I even asked," Qinxiang said as he took out another purple spirit fruit to consume. "Outer sect disciples need to pay 3,000 middle grade crystal stone for a year," Zhu Rong quickly said, then took out a few fingerhead-sized blue stone and gave to Qinxiang. "Here, 10 middle grade crystal stones for your purple spirit fruit." Crystal stones and spirit coins were similar. They both were kind of or that contained spirit qi. However, the pure spirit qi compressed inside a crystal stone was much greater compared to a spirit coin. Qinxiang had learned from Su Meiyao that on this side of world, middle-grade crystal stones were the main currency used for trading, and a middle-grade crystal stone was equivalent to 1,000 large spirit coins. That is to say, 10 middle-grade crystal coins were worth only 10,000 large spirit coins. "Zhu brother, do you think I am a pig? This is the main ingredient for refining true qi-dan. Do you think its value is only worth this much? I might as well simply eat it," Qinxiang said while pursing his lips. 30, said Zhu Rong with a deadpan look. Qinxiang shook his head and started walking towards the front. Zhu Rong was quick to follow. He shouted, 50. Qinxiang ignored him completely. 60, 100, 150, 200. Qinxiang turned around and said with a smile, "Just a moment ago, you wanted it to buy for only 10 crystal stones, but now, compared to a moment ago, the price is many, many times greater. You definitely are a racketeer." Qinxiang handed the purple spirit fruit over, as he received a pool of crystal stones in return. "Don't you know, my Zhu family is famous in extreme martial province for doing business. We will even fight for a coin if it fell in front of us. There is no way we would leave it alone," Zhu Rong honestly said as he looked at the fruit. Purple spirit fruit prices in extreme martial province are extremely inflated because its prices have been raised by the merchants. Chun Xiang suddenly felt that he may have made a loss in the transaction, but 200,000 large spirit coins was also his bottom line. Although Zhu Rong was only a small racketeer, Chun Xiang talked very congenially to him since Chun Xiang now had a more thorough understanding of this side of world. The region he was in was called the Extreme Martial Province, a large piece of land under the jurisdiction of Extreme Martial Sect. It was very vast, and all the different powers in this region had to pay tribute to the Extreme Martial Sect, and in turn the Extreme Martial Sect would guaranteed safeguard. Junior Brother Chin, in the future, do not eat the purple spirit fruit like an idiot. If you are seen by those alchemists, you will certainly be beaten by every one of them, Zhu Rong said urgingly. As he thought of Chun Xiang eating a moment ago, his heart was secretly in pain. For Chun Xiang it does not matter. As long he had dragon saliva exercise, he could quickly create purple spirit fruits if he ever ran out. Zhu Lao, you said, is it possible for me to enter Extreme Martial Sect right now? Chun Xiang said with a laugh. Zhu Rong, with a sinister smile, said, Sell me 10 purple spirit fruit, and it will be possible, but you have to go through Extreme Martial Sect assessment to be able to genuinely enter. This is every sect's criteria. Chun Xiang followed Zhu Rong and came to a city. This city was called Tianmen City, and from here, the Extreme Martial Sect was not very far away. Quite often, many people who wanted to join the Extreme Martial Sect would stay here. Arriving there, Zhu Rong and Chun Xiang bid each other farewell. Zhu Rong said he must return because unqualified people were not allowed to enter Extreme Martial Sect at will. Heavenly Gate. This is the entrance to Extreme Martial Sect? Chun Xiang stood next to the city gate, looking at the bold and powerful characters. TLN is written on the city gate. Chun Xiang was reading out loud. As long as one walked across the city, one would be able to see a straight avenue. At the end of this avenue, there was a huge, luxurious building that was comparable to a city. That was the Extreme Martial Sect. Little brother, this is a level 6 ordinary grade weapon. Discount price, only 999 crystal stones. One fellow standing at a store in trance shouted as he waved towards Chun Xiang. Just like Chun Xiang, there were also many other people who were looking around after having entered the city. Many of them were country hicks who had entered the city for the first time and were most likely to be deceived. Weapons and armors could be divided into ordinary, spirit, and brilliant grade weapons. Each grade was further divided into 9 levels. Ordinary grade weapons were the lowest ranked, and no matter what suitable material was used for forging, they were the most common materials. But a level 6 ordinary grade weapon was also considered to be not bad, and was close to an ordinary weapon of the 9th level. Little brother, want to buy some pills? A high-grade, mortal-level Grand Elemental Dan can be purchased for just 55 crystal stones. 2 DQNS will only cost you 100 crystal stones. An old man from a medicine shop shouted. Chun Xiang observed that within this extreme martial province, Dan stores were located in almost every nook and corner of extreme martial province. He could not help but be somewhat surprised. He went over and asked, "Do you have a purple spirit fruit?" "Of course I have it, only for 300 crystal stones," that old shopkeeper answered. Chun Xiang's mouth twitched slightly. He had really been fooled by that fatty, and that fatty in the start actually wanted to buy with 10 crystal stones. This time Chun Xiang also knew that here at this side of the world, dawn were rather expensive, much more expensive than that they were in the southern martial empire. This was a good thing for him, because he was an alchemist. He was now already able to see many white deaths, HI plus Ning crystal stone, and he also found out that 1 true Qi Dan costs 500 crystal stones here. Moreover, they were also a limited purchase. Chun Xiang strolled around in this Tianmen city and sold a few true Qi Dan, and soon collected as much as 3,000 crystal stones, which was also the entrance fee for the extreme martial sect. Although he had Su Mei Yao and Bai Yuyu's inheritance, but after entering a sect, he could learn more things, learn more martial skills, also with the ident. 1. Tai of a sect's disciple he could partic. 1. P. Ate in all kinds of compet. 1. Tie-ins, where the winner was also rewarded by the sect. Chun Xiang walked towards the giant door in the distance. As the giant door was opened, many people came out. These few days, the extreme martial sect had opened their mountain entrance to recruit disciples. So many people came here to enter the sect, but the majority of these people were here to try their luck. Chun Xiangpa S. said through that giant door, walked on a straight and S.P.A. Sias bricked avenue. In the distance, extreme martial sect was surrounded by a 20 or so Zhonghai wall. Chun Xiang also had believed previously that the extreme martial sect was built on top of a mountain. Chun Xiang stood in front of that huge entrance, watching extreme martial sect heavenly gate. These three imposing characters, in his heart could not help but upwell a heroic spirit. That giant door was still closed, but a small door was opened. In front of that small door was a very long queue, whose spiritual veins were being examined. Only those who had a spiritual vein were qualified. Of course, if there was not enough crystal stones, then it was also not acceptable. The spiritual vein was examined by standing on top of a circular disc. On the disc there was an array which could detect the spiritual vein within the human body. Then different kinds of aura would be illuminated. Along with it, the corresponding value would appear. Chapter 76. Avenge personal enmity in the name of public interest. Chapter 76. Avenge personal enmity in the name of public interest. Although many people had spiritual veins, but most of them were unqualified, and only someone with a value above 60 will be qualified. Chen Xiang, who was lined up for half-day, had only seen 2 people to qualify. Chen Xiang, when your AS cessed, you must converge metal, wood, water, earth attributes using Tai Chi divine exercise. So at that time that array will only detect your fire attribute and will show that you have fire attribute spiritual vein. Su Meiyao said seriously, as she couldn't allow other people to know that Chen Xiang had a yin and yang divine vein. This was a very dangerous matter. Chen Xiang's turn arrived, and when Chen Xiang stood on the disc, he did it in accordance with what Su Meiyao said and converged the metal, wood, water, earth attributes. In doing so, below his feet on that disc, only a red aura emerged, and a strange feeling appeared in his body, while one value also appeared in the middle of that disc. Fire attribute spiritual vein, 75, qualified. What's your name? One middle-aged man asked, and though Chen Xiang had pious, said, but looking at Chen Xiang, whose complexion was not good, his face fell. Just a moment ago, Chen Xiang saw not a small number of extreme martial sects disciples being respectful towards this middle-aged man, and looking at this one could know that this middle-aged man had some status in the extreme martial sect's outer sect. Strength was also very powerful, and Chen Xiang suspected that this middle-aged man must be a true realm martial artist. Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang's words made that middle-aged man to be surprised for a moment, and Chen Xiang felt a little strange, as he did not expect his name would spread to the extreme martial sect. You came from the secular world. That middle-aged man coldly asked. Yes, after hearing Chen Xiang's word, all the people around him gave a bizarre look, because people who came from the secular world were generally old men, and someone so young was very rare. Please go back. You've done all kinds of evil in the secular world. We do not accept these kind of people in the extreme martial sect. That middle-aged man sneered, his face full of hatred. What do you mean? Chen Xiang asked with a frown. When you were inside the secular world, you slaughtered one family and also eliminated one gang called the Black Wind Gang. You've killed at least more than 1,000 people. And we of the extreme martial sect don't receive this kind of slaughtering, human devil. The middle-aged man's voice became louder, and this made the people all around more surprised, even to kill more than 1,000 people. Chun Xiang said with a sneer, if someone came to kill you, would you not fight back? Are you going to stand there and allow them to kill you? Not only did that family act against me again and again, but they also colluded with the gang to assassinate me. If I did not kill them, they were going to destroy my family. Everything that happened because they asked for it. In Southern Martial Empire, most people know it, so you must not have not investigated clearly, right? That middle-aged man face turned gloomy, and this time Qinxiang once again said, "Are you that Yao family member? Humph! Do you want to use the power in your hands to avenge personal enmity in the name of public interest?" Yao Haixing, regarding this you're wrong. The other person's spiritual vein is obviously qualified, and we have also heard the things about the secular world. Indeed, your family was wrong, always wanting to exterminate others, but were destroyed in the end. That is also a matter of course. One amiable-looking, smiling middle-aged man with a long beard arrived, and behind him was actually that Zhu Rong. Qinxiang had guessed correctly, as that middle-aged man who making things difficult for him just a moment ago was actually a Yao family member. Since he was Yao family member, then he must be an alchemist, as Qinxiang could sense the pure fire, true qi from his body, and ordinarily only alchemists were very focused on fire, true qi purity. Yao Haixing gave a disgusted look to that bearded middle-aged man and unenthusiastically said, "How Dongqing, I manage the things around here. My words counts." Qinxiang in his heart was secretly surprised. That bearded man, How Dongqing, unexpectedly was also a true martial realm expert. Qinxiang hadn't expected to meet two true martial realm martial artists in one day. Moreover, the strength of the true martial realm was more than what he had imagined. He was very clear that he was absolutely unable to defeat these true martial realm martial artists. "Brat, also not getting out of here. Is it that you want my teacher to personally send you?" One arrogant man from behind Yao Haixing loudly reprimanded. How Dongqing faintly smiled. He cannot leave, as today many people are witnessing this matter. If he leaves, it will be bad for the extreme martial sect's reputation. Qinxiang knew how Dongqing was helping him, so he laughed and said, "The extreme martial sect is Qinwu mainland's strongest martial arts sect. I think it should be fair and impartial." Yao Haixing was bent on Qinxiang not entering the extreme martial sect, so he coldly said, "Qinxiang, you're very young, and your strength is also good, but you now need to hone your character, as your disposition is too easy to stir up trouble. Furthermore, your strength in the extreme martial sect here does not simply account for anything. If you enter the extreme martial sect, it will invite only trouble. Please go back. I have the authority to investigate various aspects of one entering the sect and becoming a disciple. Though your spiritual vein is qualified, but in regards to your disposition and strength, you're not qualified. Come back after 3 to 5 years, and maybe you'll be able to qualify then. The extreme martial sect's gate is always open for you." Yao Haixing do not want to destroy the extreme martial sect's reputation, as although he was a true martial realm martial artist, but if he were to commit a mistake, he would be equally punished. "Within 5 years, as long as you defeat my apprentice Fang Liang, you can enter the extreme martial sect, and furthermore, you don't have to pay a single dime. So you better go back and cultivate." Yao Haixing contemptuously said, while behind him that arrogant man with one eye also stared at Qinxiang. Qinxiang asked, "You said if I defeat your apprentice Fang Liang within 5 years, then after that I can enter extreme martial sect, and I'll be also exempted of all fees? Is this true?" Yao Haixing's sinister laughter resounded, and said, "Of course you came from my hometown, and this is me giving you favorable treatment. But if you cannot win in 5 years, then you can never enter the extreme martial sect." Fang Liang? Is he that Fang family's genius, currently 18 years old, and already entered the 9th level of the mortal martial realm? Moreover, he also has many profound level martial skills, and last I heard he fought the 9th grade demon beast, the Fire Red Falcon. In the end, the Fire Red Falcon was struck and died on a mountaintop, and it is said that he is also ranked 13th in all the outer sect disciples. Fang Liang heard some commenting about him, and he became prouder, and his face was completely full of a proud look. Yao Haixing was also similarly proud because he was Fang Liang's teacher. "Brat, you do not even have a teeny tiny bit chance in 100 years. Because within 5 years, I will certainly enter the true martial realm, and you'll forever not have the chance to defeat me. Fang Liang loudly said his arrogance was soaring in the sky, as within 5 years he would certainly enter the true martial realm. This made many people, one after another, to be shocked, as such a young true martial realm martial artist was very rare. Within 5 years, if I win against Fang Liang, I really can enter the extreme martial sect for free. Chun Xiang asked again, as this kind of thing was better to be confirmed because to him it seemed very easy. Before he had heard to enter the extreme martial sect's outer sect, he had to go through a series of complex assessments. So many people are listening here. Do you think I'll lie to you? Within 5 years, you can come whenever you want and challenge him. Now, quickly go. You're making many people who want to test their spiritual vain weight. Yao Haixing impatiently waved his hand, driving away Qin Xiang. You said within 5 years I can come whenever I want and challenge him? This is what you said. Qin Xiang grinned and said, I want to compete with him today. Chapter 77, Asking for Trouble. Chapter 77, Asking for Trouble what? Qin Xiang wanted to compete with the genius Fang Ling today. This made many people surprised, but Yao Haixing and Fang Liang were also shocked. Just a moment ago, Hong Dongqing also helped Qin Xiang because he was very interested in watching what was about to happen. Zhu Rong, however, secretly despised Qin Xiang because he had just found out that Qin Xiang was an alchemist, and previously, when he had first met him, Qin Xiang had portrayed himself in a much more low-profile manner. Quit joking and quickly leave lest you get injured. During a compet. 1. Taiyan, it is difficult to control one's strength. If you get wounded, it will certainly slow you down. Come back after a few years of cultivation. Yao Haixing waved his hand and said, how the Yao family was eliminated was not very clear. He only knew that Qin Xiang was the cause of this incident. He speculated Qin Xiang's strength might be equivalent to the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. But in his opinion, the difference between a secular 9th level of the mortal martial realm and an extreme martial sect 9th level of the mortal martial realm was like heaven and earth. If people want to fight, they should go ahead and fight. Hong Dongqing said. He glanced and smiled at Qin Xiang. Concerning this fight, I'll be able to waste him in just one move. Fang Liang had a look of impatience. Qin Xiang didn't even expect there to be Yao family members in the extreme martial sect. Furthermore, they were also in the true martial realm. Fortunately, there were some rules in the sections. People from this side of the world are not allowed to cause trouble in the secular world. The people standing in line for assessment all spread out, although their assessment is delayed by this battle. They looked forward to watching a good fight as they get to see Fang Liang fight. The crowd looked forward to seeing the strength of the outer sects. Number 13. Forewarned, if you're injured, you cannot blame the other. Blame yourself for being a waste. Fang Liang loudly said. Qin Xiang nodded his head and said, if you are seriously injured, it is your own fault and cannot be blamed on the other. Correct. Do not talk nonsense. Let's go. Fang Liang, with a look of irritability, took a step forward, only to hear Yao Haixing shout, start! Fang Liang was the first to act, and he began running, each step exploding outward with lightning, like he was running on lighting. He moved very quickly, and both of his fists were also wrapped in white lightning. This was pure lightning true qi. Qin Xiang's lightning true qi contained the wood attribute inside and was different from pure lightning. High-grade profound level, treading lightning steps, running will result in massive impact force. This fist art is the high-grade profound level, shocking lightning fist. And from what I have heard, with this fist art, one can split a small mountain. Its power is enormous, said one well-informed martial artist. Qin Xiang originally was a lightning expert, and when he started to cultivate with true qi, he also often incited lightning to temper his body. He was struck by violent, natural lighting, but he was still able to bear it. As of now, lightning did not pose any threat to him, not to mention the fact that his body was also very formidable. Everyone believed that when Qin Xiang was struck by this shocking lightning fist, a wide hole would be left. The crowd braced themselves in order to resist the explosion from the lightning true qi. However, they were all amazed because what they envisioned didn't occur. Fang Liang jumped out. His momentum increased by the lighting at his feet, and at the same time also punched out a powerful, shocking lightning fist, striking towards Qin Xiang's chest, but when his fists came in contact with Qin Xiang's chest, it felt similar to stones sinking in the sea. He didn't get a bit of response, because in that moment, Qin Xiang operated Tai Chi divine exercise, and his body was truly like a giant vortex, in which any kind of power striking it would, in the end, be sucked in by the vortex. Qin Xiang guided the lightning to temper his body. He does frequently, and that was also why his lightning, true qi, cultivation was better. Extreme martial sect. I'll definitely enter it. Qin Xiang laughed as he spoke. His fist blasted towards Fang Liang, who was still dazed and sieve amount of flames surged from his fist, similar to a volcano erupting. In the blink of an eye, Fang Liang was embroiled in flames and sent flying by the momentum of Qin Xiang's fist. His whole body was quickly incinerated by that intense fire, and he was rolling on the ground howling. Fang Liang! Yao Haixing shouted with dismay and hastily flew towards him. He waved his sleeve, and the flames were immediately dispersed. Fang Liang was burnt black from top to bottom. It was obvious he was severely injured, as the meridians within his body were also burnt. Though it was quite hot, all those who were watching felt their bodies drenched in cold sweat. A simple fist attack defeated the 13th outer sect disciple of the extreme martial sect. When everyone thought about how Fang Liang previously looked down upon Qin Xiang, they were struck by the humor of the situation. I won. Now is it possible for me to enter extreme martial sect? Furthermore, I won't even have to pay crystal stones. Qin Xiang grinned. Yao Haixing was furious, just as he wanted to say something, but he saw how Dongqing speaking with a smile. Yao Haixing, previously this precious disciple of yours, said, if during the compet 1 Tien gets hurt, that is their own matter, and he was not going to blame the other. Is it that you want to destroy your apprentice's promise? Also, you said Qin Xiang can enter the extreme martial sect. Moreover, he does not need to pay the other expenses. These crystal stones must come from you, because you made him a promise. Qin Xiang said with a laugh, Senior Brother Yao, you're really going to pay the crystal stones for me? I'm really grateful. Yao Haixing's face fiercely twitched. In his mind, Qin Xiang was only an ant, and with just a pat of his palm Qin Xiang would be dead. But if he did, so his good days would come to an end, because the rules of the extreme martial sect were very strict. I'll remember this. Yao Haixing picked up the burnt body of Fang Liang and entered the extreme martial sect inside, and at this time the person responsible for assessment was also changed. Qin Junior Brother, welcome to extreme martial sect. Come with me. I'll take you to complete the formalities. Zhu Rong, that little fatty, shouted, and while watching Qin Xiang, the expression in his eyes were as if he was looking at a lot of crystal stones. Qin Xiang laughed and walked past. Many thanks, Senior Brother Hao. Otherwise, I would have been driven away by him. I just said a few words, that has not counted any help, but saw this guy digging few fiery pits for himself and his apprentice to jump into, and I was truly laughing to death. Of course, you also pushed them into the fiery pit that they dug with their own hands. How Dongqing's laughter resounded as he turned around and left. Little fatty, how is Senior Brother Hao related to you? Is he your teacher? Qin Xiang, following behind Zhu Rong, asked in a low voice. To have a true martial realm martial artist as a teacher, that was also a very good thing. He is my uncle. By the way, you actually knew alchemy and also wasted a purple spirit fruit. You idiot! You really like to show off. Zhu Rong, thinking about Qin Xiang eating the purple spirit fruit, His heart could not help but feel slightly sore. Chunxiang scoffingly said, "You treacherous fatty, in the beginning, you wanted to buy my purple spirit fruit for just 10 crystal stones. Just a moment ago, I asked other people, and they're selling it for 300 crystal stones. You bought it from me for 200 crystal stones. You cheated me." Zhu Rong curled his lips and said, "That is the price we agreed to. I did not force you." Chapter 78. 3,000 Martial Courtyard. Chapter 78. 3,000 Martial Courtyard. Do you have a sister? Are they also formidable like you? Introduce them to me. Zhu Rong hastily asked, his eyes lighting up. "Go F U C K your sister. Even if I had a sister, I wouldn't introduce her to you," said Qin Xiang with disdain. Now that he had entered the sect, he wanted to find Lung Yulan, his stepsister. He was now her brother, and as a brother, he wanted to take good care of her. Zhu Rong snorted in a low voice, "Do not look at me like this. Many girls who came for this entrance test throw themselves on me. This daddy is the Zhu family's great young master, and also an inner sect disciple of the extreme martial sect." Qin Xiang was surprised by the fact that Zhu Rong was an inner sect disciple. He had heard that only someone of the 10th level of the mortal martial realm could enter the inner sect. "Zhu Lao, in the past few months have you heard about a white-haired girl coming to the extreme martial sect for the A assessment?" Qin Xiang asked. "I remember. I'll never forget her." Zhu Rong immediately said, his complexion turned serious. "This girl was very extraordinary. She actually had a fire and ice dual vein. Furthermore, they seemed to be heaven veins. She wanted to enter the extreme martial sect, but other people took her away." "What?" Qin Xiang was very surprised. He had not expected that Lung Yulan would have Tian veins, moreover be taken by another sect. If it was a Devil Path sect, wouldn't that be bad? Rest assured. She was taken by the people of Icewind Valley. That place is more suitable for her. She should not be your unrequited love, right? Relying on your talent, you do not even deserve her shoes. Zhu Rong contemptuously looked at Qin Xiang. He knew Lung Yulan came from the secular world. Only then would he think like this. Qin Xiang sighed and said, "She is my sister, sworn stepsister." "You're joking. How can you have that immortal-like character as a sworn sister? If she was your sister, then Xue Xianxian of the Divine Weapon Heavenly Empire is also my sister." Zhu Rong loudly shouted, as he could not accept this fact. Qin Xiang had also not thought that Xue Xianxian was actually so famous. His sighing sound was heard once again. "Xue Xianxian is my fiancée. F-U-C-K-U. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D is cracking jokes now. You should be careful what you say. Otherwise you may be beaten flat by those who have crush on Xue Xianxian. So do not blame me or say that I did not warn you. Xue Xianxian and Lung Yulan are but recognized as the strongest women among the younger generation. In our hearts, they are like fairies. If you violate or offend them again, I'll beat you up." Zhu Rong angrily said. Qin Xiang shook his head and sighed, while in his heart he said, "Xianxian is really my fiancée, and Yulan is really my stepsister." Zhu Rong with Qin Xiang came to one large courtyard, and inside this courtyard many people were comparing notes with each other. They were not using true qi, and they were only using their physical strength, but their attacks were still unusually strong. This is the 330th martial courtyard. The smaller their numeral digit, the stronger it is. The 330th martial courtyard is the strongest martial courtyard in the outer sect. And as you defeated that Fang Liang guy, this is the most appropriate place for you." Zhu Rong said. Everyone in this martial courtyard suddenly quieted down, because they had also heard the information about Fang Liang being defeated. Fang Liang was the 13th ranked disciple in the outer sect, and was unexpectedly defeated by a newcomer. This was but explosive information in the outer sect. Everyone looked carefully at Qin Xiang. Everyone here were very able-bodied, and the youngest was about 20 years old, while the eldest was about 50 to 60 years old. A total of 50 people, and this was the strongest martial courtyard in the outer sect. In other words, the strongest disciples in the outer sect were also in here. Old man Zhang, this brat will be handed over to you, Zhu Rong said to one old man. Although he looked like a fat meatball, Zhu Rong was still an inner sect disciple, so even the strongest disciples of the outer sect were full of respect when they see him. Younger brother Qin, try hard to enter the inner martial courtyard earlier, and do not die in the outer martial courtyard. Zhu Rong patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and sped away. When the disciple of this martial courtyard saw Qin Xiang and Zhu Rong have such a good relations, I plus P, they could not help but feel a little uncertain. They definitely tried to guess which family Qin Xiang came from. Junior brother Qin Xiang, about the matter of you defeating Feng Liang, I've also heard. Please come with me, that old man Zhang said. Qin Xiang followed behind him, leaving the sight of those outer sect disciples in this martial courtyard. And at this time these disciples also started discussing. That old man Zhang was called Zhangde. He was 70 years old and was at the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, but had failed to enter inner sect because he had stayed in the extreme martial sect for too long, so he just passed SES off as this courtyard's chief. In other words, he was the strongest person in the 330th martial courtyard. Zhang De was a very good person, always having a gentle smile on his face, and was very considerate towards others, which made Qin Xiang have a very favorable impression of him. Senior brother Zhang, is it really hard to enter the inner martial courtyard? Qin Xiang asked. Difficult as ascending heaven. It has already been 15 years since I entered the 10th level of the mortal martial realm and partook. 1P aided in 15 AS assessments, but in all AS assessments I've never passed, said. Zhang De said with a long sigh as he handed Qin Xiang a storage pouch. This is the extreme martial sect's uniform, ident. 1. Tie card and some introductory books about the extreme martial sect and this world. To enter the inner sect, one must pass S through an A assessment. This was not like what Qin Xiang had previously heard. One must be in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm to enter the inner sect. It seemed that the extreme martial sect was very strict. Qin Xiang once again followed Zhang De for a long time and then arrived at his own house. This was but a small residence, only suitable for one person, but Qin Xiang was very satisfied. Junior brother Qin, this is the strongest outer sect's martial courtyard, which only had 50 people. That's why we have this kind of treatment, so you have to carefully keep this position. I'll leave now, so you should familiarize with this environment first. After Zhang De left, Qin Xiang opened those books and started understanding more about the extreme martial sect. The 8 major righteous sects are divided into the extreme martial sect, the Divine Weapons Heavenly Empire, the Danxiang Taiyuan, the Icewind Valley, the Beast Martial Sect, the Proud Sword Sect, the True Martial Sect, and the Lotus Island. The 5 great devil sects are divided into the Devil Yang Clan, the Myriad Snake Valley, the Blood Refining Clan, the 100 Poison Sect, and the Transforming Bone Clan. Every major righteous sect commands 1 province each, while the 5 great devil sects are gathered in one large province, called the Qinwu 9 province. Qin Xiang read through the introductory book. Although Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu had once told him about the world, there were many more details written in this book. After reading it, Qin Xiang lamented, saying, "This is just the Qinwu continent, and it is already so big, and in addition to this, outside the seas there are other continents. This is not the end. We are in this mortal world, which is the lowest level world, generally called a mortal martial world. There are hundreds of thousands of them. Each one has countless mainlands." Bai Yuyu said with disdain, "Above mortal martial world is the heaven martial world, of which there are a couple dozen. The martial artists in that world are equivalent to immortal like existences. Their powers are much stronger. Su Meiyao continued after Bai Yuyu. Chunxiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He suddenly felt like he was a grain of sand in a huge world. He shook his head. He did not want to go down. The extreme martial sect has a total of 3,000 martial courtyards. 330th to 3,000th martial courtyards are outer martial courtyards. 16th to 329th martial courtyards are the inner martial courtyards. And the 1st to 15th martial courtyards are core disciples' martial courtyard. They are also the most powerful force in the extreme martial sect. Above the 3,000 martial courtyard, there is one 0th martial courtyard, and that is the elder courtyard, a group thousands of years old codgers live in it. The extreme martial sect's dean is the 0th martial courtyard's chief. Chun Xiang continued to look at the introduction of the extreme martial sect. Chapter 79, Outer Martial Courtyard. Chapter 79, Outer Martial Courtyard. There were many outer sect disciples. However, the inner sect disciples' count took a dive, and the core disciples were even meager to count. Besides, there were only 15 core disciple martial courtyards. Usually, all core disciples were above the true martial realm. As long as you have enough strength, you can not only enter the elder courtyard, but can also sit on the 0th martial courtyard's chief's position. That is if you can defeat the dean. Hearing this, Chen Xiang had a kind of a whimsical idea, which was to get that 0th martial courtyard's chief's position. Of course, it was just an idea, as it should be known that these dean-level characters had been living for hundreds of years and were somewhat like old monsters. The 0th martial courtyard's chief position is much more difficult to achieve, but the extreme Dan courtyard's chief position shouldn't be that hard. Su Meiyao said with a light laugh. The extreme Dan courtyard was the organization responsible for dawn here in the extreme martial sect. Although there was only one courtyard, it was however divided into 8 small courtyards where all alchemists dwelled. Only a second-level alchemist can enter the extreme Dan courtyard. Now I want to take a look how many levels. Chun Xiang illuminated a list and saw that a first-level alchemist was required to be able to refine 3 different kinds of middle-grade, mortal-level dawn. A second-level alchemist was required to be able to refine 3 kinds of high-grade, mortal-level dawn and a low-grade spirit-level dan. The requirements to become a third-level alchemist were high, and one must actually be able to refine 3 kinds of middle-grade spirit-level dan. Currently, Chun Xiang himself was only a second-level alchemist. 9th level was the highest rank of any alchemist. Above it was the great Dan Master, Dan Ancestor, and then Dan King. Chun Xiang remembered Su Meiyao saying that she was just a Dan Ancestor, and she was capable of refining heaven-level dawn. At last Chun Xiang, once again, looked at the next aspects of refining weapons. Refiners were rare in the extreme martial sect, and there were hardly any. While the Qinwu mainland's divine weapon heavenly empire was most developed in regards to refining weapons, the strongest in alchemy was Dansheng Taoyuan, and mainly the extreme martial sect strength was powerful. That Lung Yulan went to Icewind Valley, which only cultivated an extreme yin and yang, and had the lowest amount of disciples. Nevertheless, their strength wasn't weak, as their true qi is very extreme, so their overall strength is strong. Although among the 8 major righteous sects, the extreme martial sect was recognized as the strongest. If the extreme martial sect and another sect fought, the extreme martial sect won't win the fight without paying a large price. Meiyao sister, Yuyu sister, how about I find a way to make a Grandmaster alchemist here to refine a dan for you? That way you will soon be able to recover from your injuries. Chun Xiang's eyes lit up at the moment. Are they able to refine sacred level dan? Bai Yuyu asked. Sacred level dan. Chun Xiang had not even heard of what they were speaking of, let alone seeing it. Is there no one here capable of refining it? Chun Xiang asked. At least from what I have heard, they temporarily don't have anyone. Not to mention sacred level dan, those who can refine heaven level dan are rare. Su Meiyao said with a sigh, but you may just be able to as long as you cultivate and collect good herbs because you have the dragon saliva exercise. Chen Xiang hadn't expected that he actually needed to refine a sacred level Dan. How high of a level was this existence? First, enter the inner sect, then we will talk about it. Only after entering the inner sect would I be able to learn a satisfying martial skill. Chen Xiang said because outer sect disciples at best could only learn low-grade profound level martial skills, while high-grade profound level and earth level martial skills needed the qualifications of an inner sect disciple to learn. At the 10th month of every year, it was the inner sect assessment which was just around the corner, and Chen Xiang hadn't expected that it would arrive in such a timely manner. Chen Xiang climbed onto the roof, watching all the numerous buildings around him. In the innermost part of the deep region, strong people were gathered like clouds in the inner courtyard. The extreme martial sect's disciple enjoyed much of their freedom, and sect disciples were provided with a large number of martial skills. The extreme martial sect also had arranged some experienced old martial artists to teach the disciples, and there were also many types of equipment to aid in their training, as well as the martial stage for the disciples to fairly compare notes. Sometimes the extreme martial sect arranged some missions for their sect disciple to complete, and these missions protected the extreme martial province from danger. Chen Xiang put on the extreme martial sect's uniform, which was a gray leotard, made of a material which could even withstand ordinary flames. Ordinary swords also could not penetrate it, and it also fit tightly to the body, making people feel very comfortable. It also had a warm in winter and cool in summer effect. Chen Xiang arrived in the middle of the martial courtyard, and in the middle there was one small square stage. All around the square stage there were some buildings, and inside these buildings was the equipment to help the disciples with their training. Newcomer, I heard you came from that secular world. It seems that you are very powerful, and was able to defeat that Fang Liang in a matter of seconds. One teenager came and said with a look of admiration, from those previous books, Chen Xiang had learned Chenwu mainland was shaped like a triangle, and that the secular world was located in one of its corners. That corner was also across a large mountain range, isolated from the 8 major provinces, and had Spa, R, S, E spirit Qi, which led to not many strong experts being there. Chen Xiang slightly smiled and said, that guy underestimated the enemy too much. That's why he lost miserably. Teenager laughed and said, that's true, since that guy Fang Liang had wars. Plus pet a teacher, he became arrogant. I wanted to teach him a lesson early on myself. This teenager's skin was dark, and he was shorter than Chen Xiang by a head. Although he didn't look very strong, he gave off the impression that he was quick, capable, and vigorous. His eyes glittered with sleekness, had an amiable smile, but there were few scars on his face, giving off a STURDY feeling. Yun Xiaodao, are you thinking whether or not to bully the newcomer once again? From afar, one middle-aged man said with a smile, Chen Xiang, this shorty standing in front of you is this courtyard's strongest disciple, but he doesn't want to become the courtyard's chief and has not challenged the old man Zhang yet. Yun Xiaodao rubbed his nose, contemptuously sighed, glanced at that fellow, and said, I just wanted to compare notes with him. Martial artists originally often want to compare notes. In this square, there were many people, and they all had temperate and gentle smiles on their faces, making Chen Xiang feel very harmonious in this martial courtyard. Moreover, he also learned from other people that they all thought that Fang Liang was very annoying. Chen Xiang had just arrived. That's why people in this martial courtyard didn't start to cultivate, rather chatted with Chen Xiang and informed him of some things. Chen Xiang at this time just knew that Yun Xiaodao came here 3 years ago, and from the 3,000th martial courtyard, fought his way up from there. He was very strong at the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, and he had a prominent origin. He was a member of one of the extreme martial provinces for aristocratic families, the Yun family. At this moment, Yun Xiaodao, with an avid expression in his eyes, was watching Chen Xiang and spoke Great Brother Qin, except for the old man Zhang here, I've fought with everyone here. You also have to fight 1 round with me, and no matter if you win or lose, I'll give you 5 true qi dan. How does this sound? Old man Zhang was Zhang De, this martial courtyard's chief. But all martial artists in here called him in the same way. Chun Xiang Nuyin Xiao Dao was very bellicose. Moreover, he was this courtyard's strongest disciple, which meant that he was the strongest disciple in the outer sect. Xiao Dao, you're in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, while I'm in the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. The difference is too big, said Qin Xiang while shaking his head and smiling, and to his surprise, this Yun Xiao Dao was actually only 16 years old. Inside this Qinwu mainland's martial forest was where the talent really poured forth, and young and powerful martial artists could be found everywhere. But you're 1 year older than me, so you have the advantage. Rest assured. I'll be lenient, and whether you win or lose, I'll give you 5 true qi dan. Yun Xiaodao pestered. He was not planning to let Qin Xiang go until he fought with him. Chapter 80 Outer Courtyard, First Disciple. Chapter 80 Outer Courtyard, First Disciple. In the eyes of other martial artists, 5 true qi dan might be very good, but give Qin Xiang half of an hour and he could refine them out, and currently he did not want to get seriously injured. Instead, he wanted to prepare for the upcoming intersect assessment. Yun Xiaodao, this time with a sinister smile, said, Great Brother Qin, I've several sisters, each one is very nice, so if you and I compare notes, I'll introduce them to you. Qin Xiang could not help laughing. You brat, do not try fool me. You just said you'll introduce them to me, but later I won't be able to pursue them, right? Yun Xiaodao stuck out his tongue. Why do you have so little confidence in yourself? I've heard you know alchemy. My sister's first preference of a man is an alchemist. Rarely has there been an alchemist like you, who is young, smart, and handsome. F-U-C-K, your mother's P-U-S-S-Y. Your this flattery is not bad. I'll reluctantly fight a round with you, Qin Xiang said with a smile. But as for your sisters, leave it for others. I already have a fiancé. Seeing Qin Xiang promise Yun Xiaodao, other martial artists also cheered up, because they also wanted to take a look at Qin Xiang's strength. By observing and emulating other battles, could they themselves also learn some experiences? Yun Xiaodao was also delighted. Like a child, he very readily took out 5 true qi dan and handed them to Qin Xiang. He was a Yun family member. Moreover, he was also talented, so in aspects of dan he was simply not lacking. Great Brother Qin, to tell you the truth, even if I introduce my sisters to you, they will not fancy you. The standards of these women can be high. Yun Xiaodao took a side glance at those sitting disciple at the square edge, and these disciples revealed an angry expression. Apparently they had been fooled by Yun Xiaodao. This time, Zhang De ran over hastily and said with a smile, You and a newcomer are having a compet. 1. Tie-in. How can it proceed without me? I'll preside over it, and at appointed time will immediately stop you, as I don't want anyone getting injured in a friendly compet. 1. Tie-in. Qin Xiang and Yun Xiaodao went to the middle of the square, and here the floor was paved using a kind of very STU-R-DY bricks. They were very difficult to destroy. Therefore one could fearlessly fight till the end. Xiaodao, are you going to partake? 1. P. 8 in the intersect assessment? Qin Xiang asked. I have partake. 1. P8'd 3 times, but each time in the second round I failed. I just entered the 10th level of the mortal martial realm this year, so this year I'll be able to enter the intersect. Qin Xiang nodded his head, and his complexion turned serious because he felt a peculiar martial artist, true qi, from Yun Xiaodao. This type of true qi gave people a kind of feeling that was very terrifying. However, it was very docile inside Yun Xiaodao's body. It should be fire and lightning true qi. He should have a mutated fire lightning vein, said Su Meiyao. Extreme martial sect, 3,000 martial courtyards, 100,000 disciples. People who could come must be someone with decent strength. After coming here, Qin Xiang had met many young and strong martial artists, and in his front of him was a 16-year-old teenager in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm. This was the strongest person in the outer sect. "Watch out! Fire lightning chain!" Yun Xiaodao loudly shouted, and from his palm a fiery red-colored lightning suddenly spewed out, surging with fearsome hot qi and hitting Chen Xiang's body. This fire lightning, upon touching Chen Xiang's body, immediately tied down Chen Xiang like a very firm chain, making Chen Xiang unable to move. Hey, great brother Chen, you lose," said Yun Xiaodao while giggling, only to once again see both of his fists explode with that fearsome fire, lightning qi aura. Although Chen Xiang and Yun Xiaodao were separated by 3 zhang, but Chen Xiang could feel that strong qi aura, and even the ground was slightly trembling. In the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, true qi was compressed again. After this compression, it also elevated the quality of the true qi, doubling their true qi qualitatively and quantitatively when compared to the previous 9th level of the mortal martial realm. But Yun Xiaodao didn't spend his true strength, otherwise it would be more frightening. At this moment, Chen Xiang operated his true qi, trying to get rid of the qi aura chain binding him. While the fire lightning chain was binding him up, it also continued to burst with lightning and scorching flames, which in turn entered into his body. If not for him using the Tai Chi divine exercise to continue to refine them, he would certainly be a little tormented. Yun Xiaodao swooped over, both his fists shooting towards Chen Xiang's chest. When they were about to arrive, Chen Xiang fiercely opened his mouth, and a dragon roar resounded. A large amount of azure qi aura was suddenly ejected from Chen Xiang's mouth, carrying terrifying lightning and forming one huge momentum that flew towards Yun Xiaodao and hitting him. The sudden attack made Yun Xiaodao fly about 10 zhang. This confused Yun Xiaodao, and his hair was in a mess. Chen Xiang lowered his head and shouted, only to see the fire lightning chain binding him suddenly burst open, forming a qi waves which blew in all directions. "Great brother Chen, you are quite shady and actually have these kind of tricks." Yun Xiaodao had a look of displeasure. However, in his heart he was secretly thrilled, because Chen Xiang had not been defeated all of a sudden. The people all around who watching were also secretly shocked. Chen Xiang having this kind of martial skill also came as a surprise to them. True qi could be discharged from the mouth. It was indeed a kind of very shady martial skill. The quality of Chen Xiang's true qi was not worse than those at the 10th level of the mortal martial realm as a result of being compressed, because just a moment ago, if Chen Xiang had not fused the azure dragon and vermilion bird true qi, it was also very difficult for him to get rid of the fire lightning chain. "Xiaodao, I'll attack you now." Chen Xiang gripped both his fists, and azure dragon lightning true qi overflowed from his fists. And once again, at the same time, scorching vermilion bird red fire true qi emerged out. At this time, Chen Xiang had also used fire lightning true qi. This duel turned out to be a duel between fire lightning true qi and fire lightning true qi, and everyone standing was immediately excited because it was worth watching. They also found it a little unusual because they had learnt Chen Xiang had a fire spiritual vein, but he was still able to come up with lightning true qi. Chen Xiang took one step and arrived in front of Yun Xiaodao. "Watch out! Heavenly Tiger Storm Killing Fist!" Finished speaking, numerous fists with tiger head after images burst out, surging out one after another with pressuring aura qi, pounding at a breakneck speed, cutting through the air and shaking the floor. Similar to a bombardment of lightning, it madly flew towards Yun Xiao, each one in blink of an eye. Chen Xiang punched out 100 times, and every fist was containing the strength which was capable of destroying a small mountain. "Good fellas, this martial courtyard second rank is yours," Yun Xiaodao, clenching his teeth, said, with a palm full of qi aura constantly waving. He was actually able to keep up with the speed of Chen Xiang's fist. It looked as if he had countless palms whilst resisting the impact of Chen Xiang's fist that was like violent storm. "I want first." Chun Xiang said while laughing and vainly shouted, "White Tiger Divine Fist!" Punching out one White Tiger Divine Fist, suddenly a slaughtered chi enveloped the center of this martial courtyard, and everyone could not help but have ASHI plus for run down their spine, as they fell into a kind of inexplicable fear, only to see both of Chun Xiang's fists suddenly transform into two tiger heads with soaring slaughter chi, and every time he blasted a fist, it was as if a ferocious, monstrous white tiger with slaughter chi impacted, making people fall into fear. Cloud palm. Yun Xiao Dao complexion turned stiff, palms crossing each other, and a fire lightning chi aura from both of his palms gushed out. It transformed into a pair of giant palms crossing each other, and were warding in front of Yun Xiaodao. Chun Xiang's White Tiger Divine Fist struck that pair of giant cross palms, and emitted boom sound one after another. The floor below also fiercely trembled, triggering storms one after another, blowing all around. At this time Chun Xiang's battle intent was rising, as he rarely met opponents with considerable strength. Rising high into the air with a leap, his palms swung downwards, and explosive shout resounded. A huge fire palm suddenly appeared, about 20 zhang large and fiercely pressing down. This was Chun Xiang's killer move. It was to entirely release true chi of only one attribute, transforming it into chi aura which could cause heavy casualties, and its range was also very wide. Chapter 81 Equally Matched. Chapter 81 Equally Matched. A huge fire palm appeared, and everyone could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yun Xiaodao's complexion turned solemn as he once again cast Cloud Palm towards the sky, resisting the pressure from the rapidly approaching fire palm. Yun Xiaodao's Cloud Palm also became large, about 10 zhang wide, as he released the vigorous true chi of the 10th level mortal martial realm. With great power, it even pushed up Chun Xiang's huge fire palm. Chun Xiang's "Hey hey!" laughter sounded out, only to see azure true chi flash. I plussing once again and surging out from his palm, accompanied with fierce lightning. Along with his soft cry, a huge azure palm once again appeared, pressing down from above, and overlapped with that huge fire palm. The fire and lightning true chi became even more violent and stronger after the fusion. Yun Xiaodao's Cloud Palm was utterly defeated in an instant, and Chun Xiang's huge fire and lightning palm continued to press down fiercely, SMAs. I plus in Yun Xiaodao to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions burst out, and a huge palm seal appeared in the middle of the square as the chi waves blew out in all directions. Every stone in its path was crushed, making an Estonies. I plussing palm imprint on the ground. Yun Xiaodao's whole body was pressed against the ground. He cried out loudly and leaped out from the middle of the palm seal, his entire body a mess. However, he had not suffered any serious injuries. Great Brother Chin, your strength was out of my expectations. I'm now going to use my killer move. Yun Xiaodao said with a serious look on his face. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang De shouted, "You're going to fight again. You'll ruin everything here. Your strengths are just about same. If you still want to decide who is better, you'll definitely be mutually wounded." Chun Xiang also stopped as he heard Zhang De. He did not expect that after completely releasing two attributes of true chi, he did not even defeat the other party. It was pretty clear that Yun Xiaodao's strength was in no way weak. Great Brother Chin is only in the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, and he can already fight on par with me. In other words, if he reaches the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, wouldn't that mean I would lose? Yun Xiaodao sighed. This is just great. Another little monster has joined our martial courtyard. A middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. At the moment, these children at such a young age were actually more formidable than them. Especially Chun Xiang, that kind of martial skill was very shocking and made their hearts shake in fear. Great Brother Chin, you've killed many people, right? Just a moment ago, your slaughter chi was very thick. It almost scared me. Yun Xiaodao asked with a curious look. Fear could be seen deep in his eyes. Not many. I don't remember how many, but all of them were people who came to find some trouble, said Qin Xiang. I should keep this in mind and trouble you less often in future, said Yun Xiaodao with a laugh. You two brats take a look around. This place hasn't been ruined for many years, but now. Zhang De's old face was full of helplessness. Yun Xiaodao laughed and said, Old man Zhang, I'm the main reason for this, so I'll pay the crystal stones. Qin Xiang suddenly said, I have got to go and rest for a moment. My true qi is not rich as yours. It is almost depleted. Qin Xiang wouldn't use universal true qi unless it was necessary. It was too lethal. Moreover, he also didn't want to expose too much of his strength. But he was sure, even if he had won against Yun Xiaodao, he would also end up with serious injuries. Yun Xiaodao was indeed strong. Even after such an intense battle, he didn't consume much of his true qi. Furthermore, he didn't even use his trump card. There are a lot of powerful experts in this martial courtyard. It really is a cradle for powerful experts. Qin Xiang, while recovering his consumed true qi in his room, sighed in his heart. Qin Xiang had just left the square. Disciples from some nearby martial courtyards were coming to ask about the situation. They were all amazed by the huge palm seal in the middle of the square. They all knew how strong these bricks were. It is very difficult to destroy them without applying great power. 2 days pas said, and the intersect AS assessment had begun to accept applications. Qin Xiang, Yun Xiaodao, and Zhang De went together to apply for the AS assessment as well. After registering, they left the extreme martial sect. Together, they ate and drank in a hotel in Tianmen City. But their luck was not that good and saw Zhu Rong, that money-grubbing stingy fatty. At last, they could only take Zhu Rong together with them. Little rascal Yin, I'll say this in advance, this meal is your treat. Zhu Rong said seriously while ordering the food. Why should I treat you? Asked Yin Xiaodao. Although he was a local tyrant, he did not want to spend his money on Zhu Rong. Old man Zhang is old now. Maybe he will still be farting in the outer sect. Qin Xiang has just entered the extreme martial sect, and I'm a stingy fatty. Do you want all of us to leave right now? Besides, your Yun family is richer than my Zhu family. Zhu Rong said with a smile. Qin Xiang saw that Zhu Rong, Yun Xiaodao, and Zhang De had a very good relations. H-I plus P. Otherwise, he would not causally speak in such a way. Furthermore, he also knew Zhu Rong was once in the 330th martial courtyard, and was also once the strongest outer sect disciple. Little pig, although this old man does not have grand ambitions from the true martial realm. But when I die, I will die as an inner sect disciple. Do not underestimate me, said Zhang De confidently. Yun Xiaodao pursed his lips and said, Wait for me to enter the inner sect. Then I'll definitely grab your position. Do as you please for now. This hotel was very busy and many of the customers were rich kids, mostly the disciples of extreme martial sect. They had a very low position in the extreme martial sect, but outside, the majority of them had eyes above their heads, were arrogant, and acted as if the world was dancing around them and was solely venerating their appearance. Seeing this, Yin Xiaodao secretly clenched his teeth. He couldn't wait to beat few of them to the ground. Little rascal Yin, you and younger brother Qin together might be able to get rid that B-S-T-A-R-D, but if it is you alone, then you will come back crawling. Zhu Rong said while looking at a man on a nearby table. When that man looked at others, his eyes always had a squinted appearance, looking with endless contempt and arrogance. As long as others came in contact with that kind of expression in his eyes, they will all feel uncomfortable. Qin Xiang didn't want to stir up some trouble. He feared that Yun Xiaodao would truly do something, so he quickly said, Okay, after entering the inner sect, you'll have the opportunity to fight with him. Qin Xiang speculated that man must be from the inner sect. Humph, depending on you, coming from a secular world. Do not think that it is easy to advance to the inner sect, said that man while shaking his head and laughing scornfully. F-U-C King B, A-S-T-A-R-D, this father cannot wait to poke your eyes and stamp them. Yun Xiao Dao slapped the table and cursed. He was about to rush forward, but was pulled by Zhu Rong and Zhangde. A private fight. Do you want to be expelled from the extreme martial sect? Zhangde said hastily. Chen Xiang calmly continued. If I can enter the inner sect, how about you give me 100 true Qi Dan? In return, if I cannot enter, I'll give you 100. Only 100. Too little. How about 1,000? Squinted snake, you dare to bet? Yun Xiaodao yelled. The assessment is only a few days away, so I am willing to bet. But if it were 10 years later, I would not even dare to bet. That man said, in a few days later, Great Brother Qin will definitely enter the inner sect. Yun Xiaodao said excitedly. Qin Xiang, however, was depressed, as he currently did not have 1,000 true Qi Dan. Chapter 82, Revealed Power. Chapter 82, Revealed Power. Zhu Rong patted Qin Xiang's shoulder and said, Rest assured, these true Qi Dan will be paid for by that little rascal Yin when the time arrives. I'll sell them to him, haha. Dead pig, are you saying that Qin Xiang will definitely lose? Yun Xiaodao said with contempt in his eyes as he looked at Zhu Rong. Since it is a bet, I cannot say for sure. But if he does win, I'm willing to buy those true Qi Dan since you won't be able to use all of them. Zhu Rong laughed. Fart, if he does win, I would rather feed them to dogs than give them to you. Yun Xiaodao cursed. Qin Xiang and Zhangde could only remain silent as they listened to Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong bickering. Moreover, Qin Xiang couldn't help but admire these two, as they continued to curse each other without losing their breaths while they all ate and drank. After returning to the martial courtyard, Qin Xiang asked in a confused voice, Strange, why haven't I seen any female disciples around? In the extreme martial sect, there are no females. It is probably due to the fact that the extreme martial sect's ancestor had no interest in women, and thus established this rule. D.A.M. And this stupid rule is hurting us. In fact, most disciples of the extreme martial sect bring their woman, or else they can only endure it through self-reliance. Yun Xiaodao said with a grin on his face, Great Brother Qin, you're not staying in the martial courtyard every night, are you? Of course, Qin Xiang said after thinking for a moment. He now understood why Tianmen City was always so lively. It appears that all the rich kids have brought their families with them there. You are an honest man, Great Brother Qin. Only the type of people like Old Man Zhang can honestly stay in the martial courtyard. Yun Xiaodao let out a depraved laugh and soon left. The sky turned dark as Qin Xiang returned to his room. He was refining true Qi Dan. Meanwhile, Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were afraid to come out of the ring because they feared that the strong experts in the area, who are as numerous as clouds, would sense them. Sister Meiyao, the extreme martial sect, does not accept any female disciples, and you made Lung Yulan to come here. Seriously, Chen Xiang had originally thought that he could take care of Lung Yulan in the extreme martial sect. Humph, it's been a long time since then. How am I supposed to remember these little things? Su Meiyao said with a low snort. When Chen Xiang was out today, he brought back some exquisite dresses and beautiful jewelry for Su Meiyao and Bai Yu. In just a few days, Chen Xiang had adjusted to his new lifestyle in the extreme martial sect and in the martial courtyard, and formed good relations with the senior disciples. He was fortunate to come to a harmonious martial courtyard where he didn't have to entangle with scheming people every day. In the extreme martial sect, there was one very huge square which could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Every month, elders from the elder courtyard would discourse in the plaza as such. Most of the disciples would gather there on such an occasion. Today was the annual inner sect assessment, the most important event of the year. As long as they were outer sect disciples, they had the qualification to sign up. Chun Xiang, Yun Xiaodao, and Zhang De came in together as a team, ready to accept their first assessment. They were the team of disciples from the 330th martial courtyard. Upon seeing them, the disciples of the other martial courtyards silently made way, not daring to provoke them. Great Brother Qin, have you heard about that Fang Liangyu incapacitated earlier? It seems that it will take him a year and a half to recover completely. By the looks of it, that Fang family and you will wind up fighting each other. Yun Xiaodao said with a laugh. Chun Xiang could only helplessly sigh. It could be said that he started lightly. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly crippled Fang Liang. But he knew that the families here and that of the secular world were different. The families here had true martial experts to rely upon. The first assessment was to test a disciple's strength, and if one does not pass the test, they would be eliminated. Strength was tested by punching a pre-established array. This array was arranged on a stone wall and looked similar to a small pool of water. After a punch had landed, it would show the corresponding value that represented a measure of strength. Only upon reaching a certain value would one be said to have said. The first test is simple. We can pass at any time. Zhang De said. The second and third tests are more difficult. I was eliminated in the second test, and old man Zhang is the same. He did not pass the second assessment as well. Yun Xiaodao said with a face filled with helplessness. What is the second test about? Chun Xiang asked, as he didn't know anything about the second and the third tests. Speaking about it, a sliver of fear flashed past Yun Xiaodao's eyes. Elder Dan personally conducts the second test. It is mainly used to test the endurance, while the third is an integrated test. Every year it is different, but equally challenging. Elder Dan was the extreme martial sect's second strongest person, and was also the only female in extreme martial sect. Rumors say that her rank was higher than the current extreme martial dean, and was in charge of the extreme martial courtyard. Body knows her real name, and thus she was only referred as Elder Dan. It's my turn. Don't know if I can break my old record once again. Yun Xiaodao rolled up his sleeves and said with an expression which stated that he was looking forward to it. Chun Xiang was ranked behind Yun Xiaodao and also wanted to take a look at Yun Xiaodao's strongest blow. Only the disciples with a value exceeding 1,000 were allowed to pass, and many outer sect disciples could only reach about 600. Some could even reach 700. But there weren't many who could achieve it. From this, one could tell that the extreme martial outer sect disciple strength was very uniform. Yun Xiaodao blasted a fist against that pool of water on the stone wall. The arm submerged entirely. When he took out his hand, a single value appeared on that calm pool of water. 2,300. Seeing this numeral digit, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air, as the previous highest record was only 1,800. Great Brother Qin, your turn. Yun Xiaodao appeared to be very satisfied with his performance as he patted Chun Xiang's shoulder. Chun Xiang could also be considered to have a little reputation in the outer sect. He had come from the secular world. Furthermore, he had seriously injured Fang Lang with a single blow. He also had good relations with Zhu Rong and was an alchemist. Use all of your power. Only by showing your strength can one be respected. Well, it should be all right as long as you do not expose the yin and yang divine vein. Bai Yu ordered in a high-pitched tone. Chun Xiang nodded his head in response. In his dantian, all 5 elements of true qi fused together, forming the universal true qi. He then took a long, deep breath and fiercely blasted a punch. At that moment, he did not release any hint of true qi, which made everyone extremely confused, because if one didn't use true qi, their strength would be greatly reduced. This time around, Chun Xiang used all of his strength. He was sure that if a mountain were to be struck by his blow, it would be destroyed. However, when his strike entered into the array on the stone wall, it remained very calm. He was secretly shocked by the strength of this mysterious array. Something of this quality was difficult to arrange by the people of the secular world. Chun Xiang punched out, only to see the emergence of a number above the pool of water. Upon seeing this value, the noisy square immediately became deadly quiet. Everyone's face was filled with horror. The first idea that went through their minds was that there was a problem with the array. However, they quickly dismissed this idea because it had never happened before. 4,800, even for an inner sect disciple, it was hard to get this value. Furthermore, this value was double that of Yun Xiaodao's. The old man responsible for supervising the tests was also surprised. He was a true martial realm pract. 1. Tionier. And when Chun Xiang had punched the array, he sensed a powerful, invisible, true qi through some hints, but he couldn't recognize what type of true qi it was. That old man, however, could be considered quite experienced, as he immediately shouted, Chun Xiang, a score of 4,800, pa SS. Hearing those words, the entire square exploded into commotion like a large pot of boiling water. An outer sect disciple was capable of getting the same value as that of an elite inner sect disciple. This was simply too incredible, and made it hard for others to believe their eyes. Chapter 80, 3 Dan Elder. Chapter 80, 3 Dan Elder, TLN, will be using Elder Brother instead of Great Brother. Apparently it is not flowing well according to my editors. Chun Xiang was also scared as he saw the value on the array, but after some thought he calmed down. He was cultivating all 5 elements of true qi, and the universal true qi was formed by fusing all 5 elements of true qi, and so it was no surprise that his strength had been elevated by many times. Elder Brother Chin, you're scary and you're very cunning. The last time we compared notes, you did not use your whole strength. Yun Xiaodao exclaimed. Zhu Rong's complexion was also somewhat strange. He thought about his previous guesses of Chun Xiang entering the inner sect, but now his chances were great. At least no one in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm could beat his record. Hey, that squinted B, A, S, T, A, R, D is definitely going to lose. Yun Xiaodao said with a laugh as he thought of the gamble with deep stakes in his mind. Many disciples were partic. 1. P. Aiding in the AS assessment, and it took the entire day, from early morning to late night, to finish the AS assessment. In the morning, the whole square was filled with people, but now there were no more than 300 people. Chun Xiang now knew how hard it was to enter the inner sect, as so many disciples were eliminated in the first AS assessment itself. The first test came to an end, and the disciples of the martial courtyard were sure that Chun Xiang could definitely pa SS. They didn't have much confidence to face the second test, and a shadow of doubt had formed in their hearts, as many of them had always been repeatedly eliminated during the second A assessment. It is late at night, yet they want to conduct the second A assessment. Chun Xiang asked doubtfully, as they couldn't leave even after Pa S, sing their first A assessment. That is natural. All 3 AS assessment are going to be conducted one after the another. Sometimes they will even last several days, and you cannot even rest in between. Yun Xiaodao replied. Everyone stood in the middle of the square waiting for the arrival of Elder Dan so that they could start the next AS assessment. Late at night, silver moonlight S. H.I. plus net on the square, while the cool breeze was occasionally blowing, making people feel very comfortable and relaxed. Suddenly, everyone felt very hot and stuffy, as if a heavy downpour had begun, but as they raised their heads and looked at the skies, they still able to see the stars in the clear sky. Just as everyone looked towards the skies, a person suddenly appeared before their eyes, shocking everyone. Elder Dan. All 300 disciples, and the ones responsible for conducting the test, saluted in respect. Elder Dan wore a long white skirt and had beautiful ebony long hair. But Chun Xiang was disappointed by the fact that a black mask covered her face. It covered her entire face, revealing only her 2 eyes, but a fiery red aura was surging in those eyes. You do not need to be overly courteous. said Elder Dan as she raised her hand. Her voice sounded lazy yet cold, and was filled with a kind world turning momentum. This made Chen Xiang think that she was somewhat similar to the divine weapon, Heavenly Empire's Empress. Chen Xiang suddenly felt this masked Elder Dan gave him a familiar feeling, but he could not pinpoint who she resembled. She definitely is not Xianxian's teacher. Her voice is not so cold, and it doesn't even match her. Chen Xiang thought in his heart, removing that possibility. Elder Dan took a few sheets and quickly scanned through the recorded content of the previous A assessment. As she finished scanning them, she said in a cold voice, "Not bad. The values this year is very high, and there is also one with a value of 4,800. Although her voice sounded very cold and lacked any emotions, it was evident from her voice that she was also surprised. Chen Xiang felt that this kind of chilly tone was absolutely not natural. Strange, like it is deliberately manufactured, because he and Baiyu had been staying together for a long time. That was why he knew how a genuine cold beauty was like Baiyu's cold voice sounded very natural. "Chen Xiang, come out." Elder Dan shouted. That cold voice was like an explosion in the ear, and everyone's entire body trembled, while their ears were buzzing. Chen Xiang stood and came out, with neither overbearingness nor servility replied, "Disciple Chen Xiang." "Humph! Do not think with your little ability you can swagger before others. I heard as soon as you came you settled some things. Moreover, in the secular world, you were also not very law-abiding. For someone like you, it is best to temper it in the outer sect first, then enter inner sect, so as to avoid bigger issue in the inner sect. Are you sure you want to partake? 1P, 8 in the second day assessment?" Elder Dan's words made everyone inwardly shocked, as everybody could see that Elder Dan seemed to be intentionally against Chen Xiang. What type of character was Elder Dan? She was the next strongest after the extreme martial dean, and also was an alchemist. Such a character was against him, and it was clear that later Chen Xiang was going to eat a lot of suffering in the extreme martial sect. "I want to partake. 1P, 8 in the second A assessment." Chen Xiang's brow slightly wrinkled, but with a deadpan look replied, "What I did in the secular world, I think it was the correct way." "Humph." Dan Elder coldly spoke. "You go to other end of the square. When I say, you can start walking." Dan Elder, through these words, flew into the sky, floating at the other end of the square, and her speed made everyone in their heart to gasp from shock. Chen Xiang, just a moment ago, knew how the test was going to be performed, and that was to walk from one end of the square to another under a kind of pressure. If one was able to reach the other, and it could be considered Pa-S, sing the second A assessment. The giant square was more than 300 zhang wide. Walking past it was very easy, and if one used Qigong, then it was even faster. 300 outer sect disciples lined up, standing in a line, and waited for the Elder Dan at the opposite end to issue the command. "Chen Xiang, you should remain where you will be tested alone." These words of Elder Dan made Chen Xiang have a bad feeling. He secretly regret obeying Baiyu and completely exposed his own strength. At this time Chen Xiang determined that Elder Dan was intentionally against him, and he knew later on he was going to eat bitterness. He was suspecting whether or not there was any relation between Elder Dan and the Yao family, even to grant special attention to a minion. "Elder brother Chen, take care. I'll be waiting for you in the inner sect." Yun Xiaodao said gloomily, sounding full of helplessness, because he knew for Chen Xiang it was not possible for him to enter inner sect in few years. "Start." Elder Dan shouted, and though separated by hundreds of zhang, her transmitted voice was absolutely clear. Also at this time, Chen Xiang sensed an invisible mighty pressure befall, and people could not help but bend their knees, as if they were carrying a giant mountain on their shoulders. Those who cannot hold, as long as they shout, "Give up," I'll immediately send him out of the square. Elder Dan spoke coldly. Chen Xiang in his heart secretly cursed, because he was now withstanding this kind same pressure, but he had to once again partic. 1. P8 in the test. Obviously, this showed that Elder Dan was really looking after him. Not long after the A.S. assessment started, many disciples fell on the ground, vomiting blood, and directly gave up. They were directly removed from the strengthened square. It was the first time for Chen Xiang to see such a formidable expert to act and be able to release this kind of power casually. Not to mention ordinary people. Even these 9th and 10th level mortal martial realm martial artists, in the eyes of Elder Dan, were simply ants. Qin Xiang had no doubt, so long as Elder Dan was willing, she could kill him casually with one look. This is the strength of a martial artist standing at the peak of the mortal martial world. Chapter 84 does not give up. Chapter 84 does not give up at the forefront was Yun Xiaodao and Zhangde. However, they were both walking with extreme difficulty. Each and every step was very difficult to take and was also extremely heavy. Behind them, there had been originally around 300 disciples, but now barely 100 remained. The entire square was littered with bloodstains. Each was from the blood spat out from disciples who couldn't endure. More than half an hour passed, and Qin Xiang was sweating badly. Although he hadn't moved, the pressure he was under is not small. Now the only people walking in the square was 10 or so. Yun Xiaodao and Zhangde, the youth and old man, were walking in the front. But blood was already overflowing from their mouths. Their whole body was also sweating buckets. This endurance test was really fearsome. Qin Xiang had once heard Yun Xiaodao say that over the many years, the large majority haven't ever passed, said the second A assessment. A little time passed, said by as Yun Xiaodao and Zhangde reached only 10 zhang away from Elder Dan. Yet each step they now took was extremely difficult. It was as if their foot weighed 10 million jin. Zhangde became unable to bear the pressure and kneeled on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but even while kneeling he was still, like before, gradually and slowly moving forward. He had already stayed in the outer sect for far too long, receiving the taunts of so many, yet now here he was, only a step away from Pa-S, seeing the second A assessment. There is no way he would give up. Yun Xiaodao and Zhangde were always eliminated at this test. That's why they were well aware of its level of difficulty, and that's why they were completely certain that after the special care provided Qin Xiang, it would be hopeless for him to pass the test. Although Yun Xiaodao was only 16 years old, he was more formidable than Zhangde. He was actually able to walk through and came up behind Elder Dan. The pressure suddenly disappeared as he fell down onto the ground. Panting and struggling to gulp down more air, he quickly swallowed a pill for swift recovery because there was an even more formidable third A.S. assessment coming up. Old man Zhang, hold on. Yun Xiaodao clenched both of his fists and shouted. He knew this type of hards. H-I plus P. He understood the depth of the desire to pass through this A assessment. Ah! A long and loud roar resounded. Finally, using his knees to walk, old man Zhang arrived to the other end of the square. At the same time, many others had chosen to drop down and give up. Because of this, they were seriously injured. Among the 300 disciples that started this test, only 2 were able to pass the A assessment. Qin Xiang had been standing behind them all. He saw with his own eyes how much despair and helplessness was present on those disciples when they choose to give up and leave. Now only Qin Xiang was left to begin the test. Body could understand why Elder Dan would be so biased towards Qin Xiang, although how Qin Xiang handled the matter was rather surprising. They also believed that he had no other choice. Qin Xiang, it's your turn. You still have the option to give up. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer excruciating pain and might also ruin your future cultivation. Elder Dan sounded extremely cold. It was very difficult for anyone to understand why she hated Qin Xiang so much. After all, Qin Xiang was just a minor character. Why would a famous person from the Qinwu mainland hate him? Qin Xiang himself didn't know how he offended this mysterious Elder Dan. I'm not going to give up. Chun Xiang's voice was firm and powerful, spreading out in all directions. At the same time, every genius thought Chun Xiang had also been subjected to the exact same pressure they had been. Yet he is still upright, standing with a straight back. They simply could not compare with this kind of strength. There were still many disciples in the square who hadn't left. There were also true martial realm experts. These were the inner sect disciples. The outer sect disciples who had just failed the assessment also wanted to see how Elder Dan was going to treat Chun Xiang. Then, let's begin. Elder Dan replied in a low voice. After her statement ended, everyone felt a burst of scorching chi waves surge in the square. What made everyone startled the most was how those thick and strong giant bricks in the square began to resemble the sea and started heaving up and down. It was immediately followed by a severe tremor. It was as if the whole extreme martial sect was shaking. Those thick bricks in the square transformed into powder from that giant tremor. The next scene made everyone suck in a deep, cold breath. These special bricks were actually turned into powder in the blink of an eye. What was totally unexpected was that below those bricks there was another layer of metal-like material that looked far more dysprosium. An old man picked up a brick and threw it into the square. In the blink of an eye, that brick was transformed into powder. This kind of pressure was far stronger compared to what Yun Xiaodao underwent. And in addition to that, it was also extremely hot. If you can arrive behind my back, then you have said this assessment. Elder Dan hadn't taken a single step, but instead transformed the entire square into a sea of lava in the blink of an eye. Chun Xiang was sweating more and more. He could feel that the current pressure was at least several times stronger compared with the previous one, and was far more terrifying. Everyone was holding their breath as they looked at Chun Xiang. His body was burnt by the flames. His robes were not able to withstand the scorching true chi released by Elder Dan. In the blink of an eye, they were instantly burnt into ashes. But for Chun Xiang, this did not matter. To the crowd's surprise, he was able to withstand such high temperatures. Furthermore, he also released flames that +ed his body. Chun Xiang's fine, strong muscles were now burning red. Although the pressure had increased, his back still remained tall and straight. His eyes were still clear as he stared straight at the burning pupils of the faraway Elder Dan. Chun Xiang took a step as his whole body fiercely shook. The metal floor he stepped upon was very hot, but due to him cultivating the vermilion bird divine exercise, he was able to withstand this type of scorching heat. Seeing Chun Xiang begin to walk, everyone watching was deeply moved. Even under such a scenario, Chun Xiang was still able to move. It must be known that even the inner sect disciples watching were afraid to try it. Plus, Chun Xiang was just an outer sect disciple, and was also only at the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Chun Xiang walked very slowly because each step was extremely difficult to take. He had to spend nearly all of his true chi to support his body. This was the universal true chi. Even so, it was still extremely difficult for him. Half an hour passed as each and every step from Chun Xiang was clearly seen by everyone. Although in reality it was just a short distance, for Chun Xiang it seemed as if he had been walking for more than 100 years. Humph! The Elder Dan coldly snorted as Chun Xiang spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone could see that Elder Dan had increased the pressure. This was very unfair, but although everyone had this thought in their mind, they did not voice it out loud. They knew that Chun Xiang could not walk until the end. However, they still admired Chun Xiang. This was because, although he clearly knew the road would be nearly impossible, he still did not give up. Clenching his teeth, he once again began to move forward. Time flowed slowly. Each step from Chun Xiang shook everyone's soul. Each time Chun Xiang took a step, the crowd expected him to fall right after. Yet Chun Xiang defied their expectations each and every time, refusing to fall. He took one step after another, each time spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the blood fell on the metal tiles beneath him, it instantly evaporated into thin air. I said that you must stay in the outer sect to temper yourself. You must be obedient and abide. Stay there. I will not let you pass S through the second A, assessment. To everyone's surprise, Elder Dan's voice was trembling. Apparently, she was very angry and also didn't expect Qin Xiang to be capable of arriving in front of her. Immediately after her voice was transmitted, Qin Xiang emitted a horrible shriek as both of his knees touched the ground. Elder Dan was determined to not allow Qin Xiang to pass S as she once again increased the level of pressure. Although I do not know why you're doing this to me, I will never give in to you. I will definitely pass S through this second A assessment. Qin Xiang suddenly let out a low laugh and spoke in a low tone. The square was dead silent, and everyone could hear his declaration very clearly. After Qin Xiang vomited a large amount of blood, he once again stood up to everyone's surprise, only to see him then shout loudly, "I can die, but I will never bow to you!" Chapter 85 Suicidal. Chapter 85 Suicidal, never going to surrender. This was what Qin Xiang kept telling himself in his heart, and Bai Yu and Su Meiyao also didn't say anything, and they seemed to be acquiesced with Qin Xiang doing this dangerous thing. At the same time, they were also deeply shocked by this indomitable spirit of Qin Xiang's. Humph, human are like ants. Elder Dan's voice was as if she was clenching her teeth, and it sounded like she was now angry. Qin Xiang just walked no more than a few steps. He once again fell down. This time he was lying on the ground. From his whole body blood was gus. Plussing out. Did you not also came from an ant? Someday, this ant will definitely transcend you. Qin Xiang clenched his and said, although he sounded very weak, but anyone listening could sense it was full of pride. Qin Xiang could not stand up, but he was still crawling bit by bit. Elder brother Chen. Yun Xiao Dao looked at Qin Xiang. His eyes were moist, and he then remembered just because it was too difficult to bear he gave up, but Qin Xiang wanted to pass S through the second A assessment, so he was now fighting with his life. He just does not want to bow to this strong woman, even if he was an ant. Elder brother Qin, you'll definitely be able to come, hold on. Yun Xiaodao originally believed Qin Xiang didn't stand a chance, but he hadn't expected Qin Xiang could persist and arrive here, so he could not help himself and shouted, Qin Xiang, enter the inner sect with us together. If this old man had this kind of perseverance, then I would not still be staying in the outer sect for so long. Zhang De was also infected by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, hold on. You can do it. One man in the square loudly shouted, looking at Qin Xiang slowly crawling bit by bit on that scorching ground and watching the blood evaporate from his body. Everyone was deeply shocked. Qin Xiang, Qin Xiang, Qin Xiang. In the square, hundreds of people shouted in unison. Their sound resounded through the sky, and in the middle of the night, the extreme martial sect was shrouded with these blood-seething sounds. Listening to everyone's high-pitched voices, Qin Xiang's blood began to boil. He operated the few remaining true qi and struggled to crawl forward. His body was devastated and numb due to various kinds of pain, and now all of his perseverance was supporting him to crawl. Elder Dan's tender body was trembling, as she did not expect that so many people would support Qin Xiang in front of her, which was simply contradicting her. Do not struggle, ants will be ants. Elder Dan's voice was full of rage, because Qin Xiang was only 2 steps away from her. Qin Xiang suddenly let out a horrible shriek, only to see blood suddenly bursting out from both of his legs and arms. Apparently Elder Dan has intentionally once again enhanced the pressure. This was simply avenging personal enmity using public affairs, but Elder Dan was the number 2 character in the extreme martial sect. No one would dare to contradict her. This time I'll see how you will walk. Elder Dan let loose a deep breath, and not only the firm and resolute expression in Qin Xiang's eyes were making her unhappy, But Qinxiang, to her surprise, had also not give up. Ha ha ha. Qinxiang, to everyone's surprise, loudly laughed. He was only 2 steps away. That was not only the gateway to third assessment, but also the outcome between him and Elder Dan. Although he was far inferior to Elder Dan, but here he must definitely win against Elder Dan. This father will never surrender to you. Qinxiang loudly laughed, and suddenly he let out a loud shout, only to see flames suddenly gust. Plussing out from his back, while a pair of giant wings appeared on his back. Those wings swiftly flapped, scorching fire waves one after another started gust. Plussing out, and Qinxiang's body started to rise. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. However, in that small instant, Qinxiang's battered body was already behind Elder Dan. Elder Dan was shocked, and so was everyone else. Qinxiang actually had a true Qi wing-type martial skill, which was a very precious and rare martial skill. In the most crucial moment, it let Qinxiang leap the last 2 steps, making him pass through the second assessment. Ha ha ha. This father is through the second assessment. Ha 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 ha. There was not a little bit of strength left in Qinxiang's whole body, and he was lying on the ground, looking at the moon in the sky, while letting out a crazy laugh one after another. Everyone in the square was speechless and listening to Qinxiang's maniac laughter. Not only in their hearts were they shocked, but at the same time they were also excited, envied him, and admired him. Do not laugh. There is still the third assessment. Yun Xiaodao wiped the tears in his eyes and stuffed a bunch of dawn into his mouth, and Qinxiang, in an instant, could distinguish that these were all low-grade spirit-level Dan. There was a bunch of true Qi dawn for recovering his true Qi, 9 recovering dawn which were quickly healing his internal injuries. This moved Qinxiang's heart. This is the white jade Dan. Take it and use it. Zhu Rong came and threw him a jade box. Middle grade spirit level, white jade Dan. This was a very precious healing Dan, and the stingy Zhu Rong was actually willing to give him. Qinxiang and Yun Xiaodao were looking at him with an incredible expression in their eyes. Do not thank me, Zhu Rong proudly said. Yun Xiaodao and Zhang Da also quickly smeared the herbal powder in the jade box on Qinxiang's body. This herbal powder was similar to white jade, crystal clear, and very beautiful. Elder Dan, disciple with great courage, asks you, why must you be dead set against me? Do you like to avenge personal vendettas using public means? It was impossible not to have anger in Qinxiang's heart. Just a moment ago, he was kind of presumptuous in front of Elder Dan, and was also fearless. I made it very clear you are young and fit. I just want you to sharpen yourself in the outer sect. Elder Dan actually had not been angry, but at this moment, she was unable to say anything again. Avenge personal enmity using public means? So what if I am? I have the strength, so I can do whatever I want. Also, the extreme martial sect cannot bind me. Those rules are only established for you. Elder Dan said with disdain, you want justice? Strength is justice, and as long as I want, I can kill you now. No one will say anything to me, and also no one will take revenge for you. Indeed, you can do this, but some things aren't absolute, just like how I was able to pass through the second assessment, and you weren't able to stop me. Qinxiang said while sneering, but someday I'll get back to you. You better kill me now. Zhang Da and Yun Xiaodao were smearing medicine on Qinxiang, but their hands could not help but tremble. They totally had not expected Qinxiang would actually dare to talk back to number 2 character of the extreme martial sect. Elder Dan burst into laughter, but her laughter was very stiff and not very natural, making everyone who heard a little confused. Good. I'd like to see up to what extent you'll grow. I promise you, as long as one day you can beat me, you can do whatever you want to punish me. If you want to marry me, you also can. Elder Dan spoke loudly, once again making people dazed. Qinxiang was also very much surprised. However, he teasingly said, I'll not bother to marry you. Your face is always covered in a mask. Maybe it is disfigured. At that time I'll suffer." Yun Xiaodao and Zhang De very much wanted to sew Chun Xiang's mouth together. One after another, he was actually speaking these kind of words, as if he didn't want to live. And Zhu Rong also went far away, fearing Elder Dan will suddenly explode, and if he would also be affected. "You do not want to live?" Elder Dan's voice was extremely cold. "If I wanted to live, I would have already fled before. Look at me. Does it look like the type of person who wants to live?" Chun Xiang replied, like he did not want to live. "Do you think I cannot kill you?" Elder Dan stepped forward, and purple flames gushed out from her slender and beautiful hands. Seeing the purple flame, Chun Xiang, in his heart, was greatly startled. He heard Su Meiyao and Bai Yu speaking, and only those who possess a fire spirit could release purple flames. "Come on then, so that after this I will not have to marry you, an ugly girl, and you also will not have to marry this boy wet behind the ears after this." Chun Xiang could not finish his sentence. His mouth was covered by Yin Xiaodao. Elder Dan received the flames in her hand and said coldly, "What I said before, I'll certainly keep my promise. As long as you beat me, I'll marry you. And at that time I'll be at your disposal. And my appearance does not have much of difference with your fiancé, Xue Xianxian." Elder Dan finished speaking, flew and left. Yun Xiaodao and Zhang De were stunned, while Zhu Rong immediately rushed over, both of his hands grabbing Chun Xiang's shoulder, and with a look of disbelief he asked, "Xue Xianxian was really your fiancé?" Chapter 86 Mysterious Realm. Chapter 86 Mysterious Realm. Chun Xiang curled his lips and said, "You heard what that woman said a moment ago? Besides, I already told you earlier, she is my fiancée." Xue Xianxian's name in the martial arts sects of Chengwu mainland had reverberated like lightning because, at the age of only 15, she was already a true martial realm martial artist. These days Chun Xiang also found out that he himself had fallen behind Xue Xianxian by a large margin. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, B-A-S-T-A-R-D, such a good girl. How is she willing to marry someone like you? Zhu Rong looked jealous and shook Chun Xiang's body, and anyone could see he really wanted to hit Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang's injuries were much better now. After Elder Dan was gone, everyone else came to Chun Xiang's side and inquired about his well-being. The expression in their eyes when they looked at Chun Xiang was also full of respect, and spoke things such as if there was an opportunity to get some advice and so on. Chun Xiang, Yun Xiaodao, and Zhang De were the only ones who could enter the third A assessment, and although there was an age difference between each of them, they were very good friends. So they only hoped that the third S assessment would not be sparring with each other, as that was too brutal for them. At this time Chun Xiang controlled his breathing, rested for about half an hour, and then thought in the end who Elder Dan was. "Mei Yao's sister, Yu's sister, do you have any clue?" asked Chun Xiang. "No, but it is not necessary that you know this woman. You should know trying to understand a woman's heart is very difficult. It may be because of only one look in your eyes, or something about your behavior that gave her a bad impression and she hated you, or maybe she really was good to you and wanted you to stay in the outer sect," replied Su Meiyao. "This woman's strength is not bad, and she actually has a fire spirit. If I'm not wrong, it should be the purple moon fire spirit," said Bai Yu. "Yes, it must be the purple moon fire spirit. And according to legends, the moon suddenly became purple and the aura it emitted shone on the land of the mortal world. That land was engulfed by the purple flames and was incinerated for July 7th, 10,000 years, for 190,000. Only after that fire was extinguished did that land in the mortal world then have life, flowers, GRAS, SES, and trees born out various kinds of life. At that time a fire of life was also bred out, and it was known as the Purple Moon Fire Spirit. But this is the legends of the Purple Moon world. Does this woman come from the Purple Moon world?" said Su Meiyao. TLN, July 7th, 49, the number 49, square of 7 is used in Chinese folks, Taoist, and Buddhist rituals. For example, it is believed a recently deceased spirit will linger in the living world for 49 days. So a second requiem is always performed at the end of 49 days. Similarly, many rituals are require the performer to undergo a 49-day cleansing, fasting, etc. Chen Xiang had not expected one fire spirit to actually have so much history, and he secretly determined Su Meiyao and Bai Yu had once traveled many worlds. I do not know. Wait for me to get married to her. Later on I'll ask her, and then we'll know. Chen Xiang said with a depraved smile, Gee, Dee knows how many years we would have to wait. This woman could be in the Nirvana realm, which is the topmost existence in the mortal world, said Su Meiyao. After restoring his injuries, Chen Xiang was pleasantly surprised to find his body had become a lot stronger, but it was also very clear his true qi was enhanced. After getting tossed around, his true qi was compressed, and its quality was enhanced by several times. Within a short period of time, the elevation was so distinct, which made Chen Xiang secretly shocked, and he began to suspect that Elder Dan may not really be malicious, but just wanted to sharpen him. It was just that her way of doing things was too strict and extreme. Wait for me to enter inner sect again and be admitted in the extreme Dan courtyard. At that time, I can enjoy 2 kinds of treatment. Chun Xiang decided, and he was suddenly curious about Elder Dan. In order to have contact with her, he could only go to the extreme Dan courtyard, because Elder Dan was the head of the extreme Dan courtyard. Chen Xiang, Yun Xiaodao, and Zhang De were led by Zhu Rong to the innermost region of the extreme martial sect, and Qin Xiang and the others could see courtyards of various sizes. The 99th inner sect martial courtyard is where we're going. Yun Xiaodao, looking at a numerical engraving, exclaimed, We're going to the Elder courtyard. I also went there during my 3rd A assessment. Zhu Rong patted his round belly, and there was an eerie smile on his face. The 3rd A assessment is not as frightening as 2nd A assessment, but it is still quite difficult. But after Pa S, seeing through there will be many benefits. To their surprise, they had to go to the Elder courtyard, the residential area of all the elders of the extreme martial sect, which made Chen Xiang and the others to feel a lot of pressure. Chen Xiang was also worried that because of his conflict with Elder Dan, this may have caused the whole Elder courtyard to be against him. Then he really would not be able to mix in the extreme martial sect anymore. The extreme martial dean went into closed-door training for many years, and now all the affairs are managed by Elder Wu. Elder Dan is always kind of elusive, and throughout the year will not appear even once to give lectures. Said Zhu Rong, the Elder Wu is responsible for 3rd A assessment. Elder Wu was number 3 character in the extreme martial sect. He was very harmonious and amicable, and although his cultivation was very high and remote, he did not have even a little bit of arrogance. Many disciples liked him, which made Chun Xiang and the others to let loose a deep breath, as at least they did not have to face someone moody like Elder Dan, this strange woman. This is the Elder courtyard? It really is a little different. Yun Xiaodao didn't expect that there actually would be a paradise here in the extreme martial sect. There were not any kind of buildings here, but instead there were mountains and lakes with a very vast prairie, and although it was now night, but a bright moon and many starlights were +ning here. The scenery here was very beautiful. TLN, imaginary land of joy and plenty, in other words, paradise, Shangri-La, so and so. Why can I not see this type of scenery from the outside? Moreover, it looks like it is bigger here than Tianmen City in the outside, said Chen Xiang with some doubt. Ha ha ha. This is one mysterious realm, and one can only see the inside things when they're near it, but if you're looking from far, it will be blocked by a kind of mystical power. What you're looking are only some of the things present before the entrance of the mysterious realm. A bald old man, but with a long white beard and long white eyebrows, suddenly appeared behind Qin Xiang and the others. Qin Xiang and the others were startled, and they quickly turned around, only to see a bald old man right in front of them, slightly smiling. with a pair of narrowed old eyes right under the long white eyebrows looking very harmonious. Mysterious realm, some small independent S.P.A.C. This was equivalent to one small world and was very mystical, like how this mysterious realm was not very big. But if looked at from the outside it was invisible, and only if one went through its entrance could one clearly see. It was still a mystery how this kind of mysterious realm was formed. Chun Xiang and the others have heard the legends of the mysterious realms, but they actually had not expected for one to exist in the extreme martial sect. Moreover, it was also in the elder courtyard. Elder Wu! Chun Xiang and others shouted in unison and gave a salute to this old man. Elder Wu's name was Wu Kaming, and he was responsible for the safety matters of the extreme martial sect. He was one ruthless character, and it was confirmed that once to save his own apprentice, he rushed in alone to a Devil Path sect and rescued his disciple. No need to be overly courteous. Wu Kaming, happily smiling, said, "You're Qin Xiang? Elder Dan asked me a moment ago to make things difficult for you in the third A assessment, but I refused. I do not want a disciple to hate their sect. But having said that, you truly are one of a kind," making that woman suppress a lot of anger. Fortunately, she is not an overly bad-tempered woman. Otherwise, she would have beaten you to death. We old men can only say a few words on the surface to her. After hearing this made Zhu Rong, Yun Xiaodao, and the others break into cold sweat. Qin Xiang said with a smile, "So it seems I really do have very good luck, but now it seems to be she is no longer going to do anything against me? Regarding this, it can be counted as I was easily let off. Hard to say, this woman's temper is a little strange, so you better not let her continue to hate you. Otherwise, you will be tortured by her in such a way that you will wish for a death." Wu Kaming said while laughing, and regarding Qin Xiang, such rare and wonderful flower, he was very much interested. As for Qin Xiang's potential, it was very obvious to many people that Elder Dan was intentionally making things difficult in his case, and he was still able to pass. No more nonsense. I'll not start talking about the content of the third A assessment. Some regions in the mysterious realm you'll have to carry on a mission to hunt and kill demon beasts, and you must do it within 3 days. Well, each person must hunt 3 grade 10 demon beasts. There are a very large number of demon beasts inside, and their strength is also comparable with yours, so as long as you complete this, you can pass the third A assessment. Chapter 87, Elder Courtyard. Chapter 87, Elder Courtyard. Chun Xiang and the others, regarding the mysterious realm, didn't know too much, and just knew that it was very mysterious. Moreover, it had regions where a large number of heaven-bred treasures existed, and even had a large number of demon beasts. For martial artists, it was a natural treasury, but there were also many unknown dangers. Elder Wu saw them having a doubtful expression and immediately said, "The Elder Courtyard had already been moved into this mysterious realm, and this mysterious realm's ins and outs are well known to us. This is already within our control, so you do not have to worry about encountering the strong demon beasts. The only strongest demon beasts are grade 10 demon beasts." Zhu Rong asked, "Haven't all the heaven-bred treasures already been plundered by you? If these 3 guys picked up some of the remaining treasures, would they have to hand those over to you? At my assessment, how is it that I didn't have this kind of assessment?" Elder Wu scoffingly said, "Little fatty, you and your family are really like that old fatty. If they come and pick up some good things, they do not need to hand it over to us, but it must be reported to us for us to know. If you want to dispose of it, then selling it to the extreme martial sect takes precedence." In the third AS assessment, they actually had to hunt and kill 3 grade 10 demon beasts. This test was indeed a test of one's combined strength, and Qin Xiang was looking very forward to it. In front, there are 3 roads, respectively leading to 3 or more demon beasts locations. This is the storage belt, which can store a large number of things, and you also need to bring back the demon beasts' corpses. Remember, you cannot pocket them, or else we'll know about it. We are the ones who place the demon beasts inside, but after you kill them, you can get half of demon beast, which can be considered a reward for you. Elder Wu took out 3 black belts and handed it to them. Chun Xiang and the others took the belt, and afterwards mutually encouraged each other. They then embarked on the roads that led them deep into the mysterious realm. Elder Wu, where is the Elder Courtyard? After Zhu Rong saw Qin Xiang and others leaving, he looked around but did not see any kind of building. Secret, in short, it is inside, but I can tell you that Elder Dan also moved a few of her small courtyards of the extreme Dan courtyard. So long as you enter those few small courtyards, you will be able to stay inside for a long time. Elder Wu mysteriously smiled. The Elder Courtyard of the extreme martial sect had always been a mystery, and no one knew how many old men were in it. They also didn't know their exact strength, as people only knew a few of the elders. Sometimes it is not needed for one to be very powerful to enter the Elder Courtyard, and as long as you reach a certain stage, you'll know. Every once in a while there will be an Elder AS assessment, and once you are able to pass that, you'll be able to become an elder. Elder Wu patted Zhu Rong's shoulder, then took him away. Chun Xiang was walking on the road, watching the numerous stars in the beautiful sky, breathing the scent in the air, and he felt that it was very rich in spirit qi here and sighed in his heart. I did not expect the extreme martial sect to also have such a big mystery and even have a mysterious realm. I think they have almost exploited all the resources of the mysterious realm and now preparing to announce their extreme martial sect's confidential secret. This will create momentum for the extreme martial sect, said Su Meiyao. Sister Meiyao, have you seen any other mysterious realms? Qin Xiang asked. Of course I have, but nothing like this where it is so beautiful. There are some very dangerous places, but inside they also have a lot of heaven-bred treasures. This is a fact. Su Meiyao replied. The extreme martial sect could stand at the peak in the Chimu mainland, and they reach such a stage depending on this mysterious realm. In an old mansion of a courtyard, 3 transparent crystal S were hanging as high as the height of a human, and from the 3 crystal S1 could clearly see Qin Xiang, Yun Xiaodao, Zhangda, their silhouettes. It was like a picture that was overlooking from the sky. Next to the 3 crystal S, there were 20 or so people, and among these people there was also Wu Keiming, Elder Dan, and some other old men or women. There were also several middle-aged and young people, but most of them had a mask on their face, because a number of years had passed, said since any disciple had passed, said the second assessment, and now there was Chun Xiang, this remarkable young man who passed, said through these elder courtyards, elder men and women all wanted to take a look at Qin Xiang and how he would pass through the second assessment. This Qin Xiang brat is so talented, and certainly did not reach this stage by the guidance of an ordinary person. He must have a powerful guy behind him. But why did he come to the extreme martial sect? We have never seen the martial technique he uses, and although they are not very high-ranked, but comparing it with the martial technique of same level, they are very strong. One average-looking young man said, Hey, I'm truly not clear why Elder Dan would want to play with such a large gambling stake with him. What if in the 1 in a million chance he wins? Said Wu Keiming while laughing. Other people also expressed their surprise. Elder Dan coldly snorted and said, Old man Wu, if you beat me now, I'll immediately marry you. As long as anyone here can beat me, I'll marry him. And, Body said anything again. Wanting to win against Elder Dan was not an easy thing, and even the extreme martial dean who went into closed-door training would also not dare to try. Now we have to find out why this brat came to the extreme martial sect. That young man said he should not have any kind of motive, as according to what we have gathered, he came to the extreme martial sect just to elevate himself, although he can use formidable martial skills, but it is not by much, and I think he may have come here regarding this. Wu Kaming replied, "It is also likely that he came here just to enhance his alchemy techniques, but he should not even think about entering the extreme Dan courtyard." Elder Dan sneered. "Do not be so sure. Didn't you say before that you'll not let him pass through the second A assessment?" "But he still successfully said, and also showed off in front of you." Elder Wu said while laughing, "Humph, this brat. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I'll ask him to clear all the debt." Elder Dan snorted and said, "I hope he does not have any bad motive. Otherwise, we'll not be lenient." That young man said. Elder Wu nodded his head and said, "Anybody interested in receiving him as an apprentice? This is a very good seedling. Moreover, we can also have a clear understanding of him." Everybody here were capable people and certainly elder courtyard members, so all of them were very powerful and had strong authority. At this time they were having a discussion. They had already seen Chen Xiang's potential. Especially his indomitable personality had also obtained most of their appreciation. "Whoever dares to receive him as an apprentice, you are against me." Elder Dan suddenly shouted, making everyone once again quite down. "Even if Boss Dean wanted him as an apprentice, I'll make him not feel any better. Not to mention it is still not an uncertainty whether or not he will enter the true martial realm. For many years have we not seen many geniuses stuck in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm for a lifetime?" Everybody could see that Elder Dan hated Chen Xiang very much. At this time they were also the same as those disciples, and did not understand why would Elder Dan hates Chen Xiang so much. "Girl, you're stingy. Is not because that young arrogant little fellow contradicted you, or anything. Are you still preoccupied with it?" One old man laughed and shook his head, and after everyone heard, their body could not help but tremble, because they knew that this mysterious Elder Dan was very vengeful, and the person whom she hated will not have a good ending. A long time ago, few fearsome devil lords in the devil path used words to blaspheme her, and she made their fate totally worse than death. Chen Xiang at this time was smiling and leisurely walking on the road, watching the beautiful, mysterious realm. He totally didn't know that he was being watched and discussed by a group of strange old men. And moreover, he didn't know that Elder Dan was thinking of another way to make things difficult for him. Chapter 88 Treasure Hunt. Chapter 88 Treasure Hunt. The road Chen Xiang was originally walking on was paved with bricks, but now it suddenly turned into a dirt road. Chen Xiang also psyched himself as he felt he had entered the demon beast-infested region. He left the prairie region, arriving at a region with many weeds, and he suddenly noticed something. There seems to be humans. Demon beast's breath should definitely not be like this. Chen Xiang was uncertain in his heart as he felt a few humans hiding inside the thick patch of GRA. Chen Xiang's body shook a little, releasing a wave of true qi, and the weeds all around him were shattered, only to see four young men, who were wearing the extreme martial sect disciples' dress appear, while each of them had a black stick in their hand. "What do you want to do?" Chen Xiang loudly asked, and he sensed a kind of polished fire qi emanating from these four disciples' bodies. These four individuals were fire attributed, and they were all exuding a slightly medicinal herb smell. Only someone dealing with herbs all year around would have this kind of smell. The four men were in the 10th level of the mortal martial realm, while at the same time they moved and surrounded Chen Xiang. "You are Chen Xiang?" One man with delicate and pretty kind of appearance asked. "Yes." Chen Xiang's voice fell. Meanwhile, the four men at the same time waved their stick in their hands towards Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang immediately released a Qi Aura SHI plus ELD, blocking off the four incoming iron sticks, sneered and said, "You are from the extreme Dan courtyard, right?" Chen Xiang's words made the four men's whole body tremble, but they did not say anything and continued to attack Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang concluded that these four individuals were inner sect disciples, but also from the extreme Dan courtyard, as their strength was also not bad. for black iron sticks turned red, burning with severe flames, and released a scorching hot chi aura. Someone was stabbing, another was striking, and another was raising their stick to attack Qinxiang. ED note: not sure what the fourth guy is doing, but ask the author the questions, tongue sticking out. The four men's strength and Qinxiang's was just about the same, and sensing the fearful power that they released, Qinxiang only now understood the difference between an inner sect and outer sect disciple. It was a first for Qinxiang to be surrounded by several equally matched opponents, but he did not panic. His brow wrinkled, and an endless slaughter qi permeated from his body, shrouding the four people's bodies, making them suddenly startled. The moment they became surprised, Qinxiang fiercely did a 360-degree kick, and Vermilion Bird, True Qi, and Azure Dragon, True Qi, gathered on his legs, blowing out a fearful fire and lightning power, kicking off the iron stick in their hands, which was then followed by a fierce jump into the air. Were you sent by Dan? Tell her, if she sends someone again, then don't blame me for being impolite. Whoever hinders me in the A.S. assessment, I'll destroy anyone. Qinxiang's voice was filled with slaughter qi, and from his back burst out a firelight. A pair of flame wings in the blink of an eye were congealed on his back. Qinxiang released the Vermilion Bird fire wing, and flew out of those disciples' encirclement. If he had not casted the slaughtering heart, then he definitely would still be surrounded by the four men, and it would be very difficult for him to get out. At the least, he would have to spend his time and strength. Inside the courtyard, Wu came inside and said, Dan, you should just give up. This brat's slaughtered qi is very heavy, and if he gets mad, maybe he would really start killing. Flames were glittering in Dan's pupils, and seeing the Qinxiang traveling in the air in the crystal ball, she could not help but clench both of her fists and coldly snorted. Seeing Qinxiang's gorgeous and dazzling Vermilion Bird firewing, all the S were filled with envy, only to hear one old man talking with a sigh. This true qi wing compare with mine is much better. You look at those feathers. They are simply lifelike, as if these flame wings are grown from that brat's flesh and blood. In the end, what kind of martial skill is this? Yes, his speed is also so fast, and if he also had more strength, then his flying speed with this true qi wing would be much faster. Another old man, closely watching Qinxiang's Vermilion Bird firewing, spoke. Qinxiang, under the four men's staring eyes and open mouths, fluttered the Vermilion Bird firewings and flew away. Of course, he himself didn't know that he was always being watched. Qinxiang, it is best that you remain low-key. This is the extreme martial sect's old codger site, and your each and every move is known by them. Bai Yu reminded him. After Qinxiang heard that, he slightly raised his little mouth, dived to the ground coming next to a tree, unlocked his belt, and while humming started peeing. Someday, I'll have to take a good look at this brat. Dan clenched her teeth and said. She then flung her head and left. Qinxiang pulled up his pants, but heard a burst of a very faint sound. It was like someone or something had stepped on a fallen leaf and emitted a very subtle sound. Good fellas, in such a far place someone shady has come over. Qinxiang was listening with rapt attention, and he did not expect he would encounter a demon beast so soon. Qinxiang, in this mysterious realm there might be some treasures. Didn't that old baldy say that what you found is yours? Human beings cannot be compared with these demon beasts. They are naturally born with a mystical spiritual sense, which is capable of finding some rare and exotic treasures. If you can track these demon beasts, perhaps you'll find some good things, said Su Meiyao. Qinxiang's eyes had an excited look, and he said, I understand here there are demon beasts because these old men intentionally put them to search for rare and exotic treasures. Grade 10 demon beasts were equivalent to humankind's 10th level mortal martial realm, the completion stage, but in line with their demon beast constant eye, Tushin, and innate ability, grade 10 demon beasts were much more powerful than ordinary 10th level mortal martial realm martial artists. Here demon beasts are common demon beasts, So if you use your dragon-slaying divine martial skill or divine exercise of four symbols, then you can easily deal with them. These martial skills imitate the divine beast's breath, so if an ordinary demon beast senses it, they will be scared. But it is useless in dealing with true martial realm demon beasts. Said by Yu Yu. Qin Xiang also did not expect the divine exercise of four symbols to have this kind of benefit, and he started DOS. Plussing towards that weak sound he had just previously heard. Qin Xiang was running swiftly, and while quickly moving, he also sensed that hidden demon beast, so he quickly dashed towards the demon beast. Not too long after, Qin Xiang and that demon beast met, and both of them, with breakneck speed, collided with each other at the same time. The moment Qin Xiang collided, he punched out a fist, striking that demon beast's body. This beast was covered in a black armor, and it was a panther with blue-eyed. It could not be counted as too big, but this was a very sensitive demon beast. Worthy of grade, 10 demon beast. My fist struck it, but it did not inflict even a little bit of damage. Qin Xiang saw that blue-eyed panther swiftly and violently hurling towards him, and he could not help but exclaim. Qin Xiang's body shook. A golden light surged out, and in his heart he was silently reciting the heart law. The white tiger true chi within his body transformed into dragon aura as he was casting the dragon slayer divine martial skill. Although this was an incomplete dragon slayer divine martial skill, but it could allow Qin Xiang's body to release the weak pressure of a dragon, and in addition to this it was filled slaughter chi made out of the white tiger true chi, which made it even more frightening. As Bai Yu previously said, common demon beasts were very afraid of this kind of breath, so when this kind of breath swooped over, the body of the panther fiercely trembled, and its speed also decreased by a lot. Qin Xiang blasted a fist towards that shuddering blue-eyed panther, struck its head and made it howl, but after falling to the ground it once again stood firmly. Good Phallus, it did not fall. Qin Xiang teasingly looked at that shuddering blue-eyed panther. The blue-eyed panther emitted a growl and unexpectedly turned around and dashed away. This guy unexpectedly is scared of me. Qin Xiang laughed and quickly followed it and was even faster than that blue-eyed panther, while his body was emanating dragon chi aura made of slaughter chi. The people inside the courtyard were very shocked after watching this. The demon beast was actually scared off by a human, like how a mouse saw a cat and flees, and in the hearts of a few old men, suddenly a bad feeling emerged. Chapter 89 Azure, Profound Fruit. Chapter 89 Azure, Profound Fruit. Qin Xiang could overtake the blue-eyed panther anytime he wanted, but he was intentionally pursuing it neither too fast nor too slow. His goal was very obvious. He wanted to follow this blue-eyed panther and take a look at its eventual destination. The old men inside the elder courtyard quickly saw through Qin Xiang's intentions. This made their hearts a bit uncomfortable. Qin Xiang followed the blue-eyed panther until they arrived next to a large tree. That blue-eyed panther climbed up onto that large tree as Qin Xiang soon followed. Above that tree was a hollow entrance. As Qin Xiang went inside the opening, the blue-eyed panther started howling and trembling. There was no escape route, only a dead end. Inside that hollowed-out area there was a haystack, upon which were a few stones that resembled eggs and emitted a strong azure aura. Qin Xiang sucked in a mouth full of cold air and exclaimed, "Azure profound fruit, and 5 of them! This is the key material required for refining a foundation-building dan." The azure profound fruit was a type of tuberous fruit. Very rarely did the roots under the ancient trees sometimes start to gather a large amount of spirit chi. If at the right place and time, along with some special conditions being met, the roots may turn into a fruit. However, having a tree meeting these prerequisites was extremely rare. After being briefly shocked, Qin Xiang quickly took these 5 fruits and placed them into his storage pouch. Then he said with a smile to that blue-eyed panther, "Thanks. I will spare you life for this." Jumping down from the tree, Qin Xiang was very excited. He quickly left that part of the forest. He had never expected that he would obtain 5 azure profound fruits. But this was even more shocking for the elders inside the elder courtyard. Although they were all very strong experts, seeing this little devil who had not even entered the true martial realm obtain such good materials, they could not help but envy him. Morning arrived as warm sunlight permeated the atmosphere throughout this mysterious realm. Currently, Qin Xiang was holding a steel blade and standing high above a mound, watching the lush green prairie for demon beasts. This annoying brat is just standing there in broad daylight. He's seeking his own death. That's the grazing area for the grade 10 iron armor bulls. Elder Dan sneered. This brat has some bizarre and unique martial skills. He's actually able to make demon beasts fear him. Is this a type of dragon martial art? Wu Keiming had a doubtful look on his face. At this time, Qin Xiang, who was still standing on top of the mound, saw around 20 bulls coming out from inside the forest, marching with a heavy pace. Each one was howling, their bodies covered in a topaz-colored armor that looked very sharp and tough. The one leading the herd had 2 scythe-like horns protruding from its head. From its posture, it seemed ready to charge and crush anything in its path. All of a sudden, around 20 or so beasts appeared. Not only that, but they were grade 10 demon beasts. If any ordinary martial artist saw this, they would surely choose to avoid the herd. But Qin Xiang wasn't an ordinary martial artist as he drew out his blade and rushed towards the pack. This crazy brat, isn't he just seeking death? Wu Keiming could not help but exclaim. Although he had some grasp about Qin Xiang's true strength, he did not think that Qin Xiang would be able to deal with all the iron armor bulls. Seeing someone rush, plus-ing toward them, the herd of iron armor bulls suddenly started bellowing. The relatively larger bull leader rushed out from the herd and emitted an angry growl. Its thick and strong hooves trampled on the prairie with each step splaws. Plussing various GRAS, and dirt up into the air. Letting out thunderous sounds, it dashed towards Qin Xiang, and along the way even aroused a burst of fierce wind. The 2 giant horns on the iron armor bull were pointing straight at Qin Xiang. It was like 2 sharp and giant thorns were speeding towards him. Before the bull was about to reach him, Qin Xiang stepped aside and at the same time brandished his blade in a chopping motion. Qin Xiang had poured his vigorous true qi into the broadsword, which in turn transformed into a qi aura that gushed out of the blade, making it even more sharper. Clang! The steel broadsword slashed onto that iron armor bull's neck as sparks and intense qi waves burst out from the impact. Qin Xiang's steel blade was shattered into pieces. He did not actually manage to cut the bull's neck and only destroyed his own weapon. At this very moment, Qin Xiang realized that common, ordinary grade weapons would not be able to easily deal with grade 10 demon beasts. Even though he added his vigorous qi aura, his blow only shook the iron armor bull and nothing more. Qin Xiang's blow actually caused 0 injuries to the bull, and it was clear how dy the bull's iron armor was. This brat is still too immature. You know, sooner or later he'll suffer a setback. Elder Dan sneered. She and Wu Keiming were looking at the large bull herd that was galloping towards Qin Xiang from far away. Qin Xiang threw away his broken weapon as his complexion turned serious. He clenched his hand into fists and revolved the invisible true qi within his body. In response, the true qi from the 5 divine beast forms as they surged out and gathered at one place, transforming into the colorless and invisible universal true qi. This was Qin Xiang's true strength, simultaneously using the true qi of the 5 elements, dragon aura fist. The universal true qi that was around Qin Xiang's fists was suddenly converted into dragon aura. The aura surrounding his fists instantly changed and looked as if they had been molded out from pure gold. With terrifying power and momentum, Punches flew out one after another in a seemingly endless storm of piercing chi waves. Seeing this draconic might suddenly appear, the bull was terrified as its whole body started plus veering. Chun Xiang relentlessly and ruthlessly pounded the bull with a barrage of blows. In the blink of an eye, dozens of punches were sent out, and in that moment the golden fist's images were flash. Plussing, all of which struck directly onto the bull's head. Whenever a blow landed on the iron armor bull, Gus, plussing blood soon followed. Chun Xiang's fists sheathed in the destructive chi aura broke through the bull's head and entered into the bull's body as it destroyed the inside of the bull. In just a few seconds, more than 200 clean dragon aura fists landed onto that bull's head. Afterwards, the iron armor bull fell down with a loud thump. After Chun Xiang entered the 9th level of the mortal martial realm, his true chi became even more vigorous as the result of being compressed. Even if he were to continuously use the universal true chi to launch his violent attacks, he did not need to worry anymore about his true chi consumption. The remaining 20 or so iron armor bulls that were Russ, plussing at him from afar were also subjected to that faint draconic pressure. Their instincts screamed in fear, and they turned around to quickly try and escape. Chun Xiang fiercely leapt into the sky, like an arrow fired from the ground into the air, and flew over the entire herd of bulls. He then emitted a crazy howl before blasting a palm towards the ground. This blow of his suddenly burst out into an azure and red aura. The source of these two class, plussing auras, was the vigorous azure dragon and vermilion bird true chi, which he had completely released and fused together into a fearsome chi aura. He then used his divine sense to gather and compress it to form the enormous palm. After the compressed true chi from Chun Xiang was completely released, it looked like something solid, unlike the previous gas-like form. The giant palm fiercely pressed downwards, completely covering those 20 or so bulls. A thunderous booms resounded as the land burst into a fierce tremor. A huge palm imprint emerged onto the prairie surface. Chun Xiang withdrew the rest of the remaining true chi and poured it into the 2 dark beast forms inside his dantian. The beast forms were similar to transparent crystals. As long as they were filled with true chi, they would start emitting aura once more. Chun Xiang flew down from the air and walked towards the sunken palm imprint. In just a blink of an eye, those 20 or so bulls had been crushed to death and turned into gigantic meat patties. Inside this crater that resembled a palm imprint was an area was filled with blood and meat, creating a very nauseating scene. Wu Kaming blinked his old eyes a few times, just to make sure he wasn't going senile before he squeezed out 2 words from the gap between his teeth. Abnormal freak. Just like him and everyone else watching, they had been secretly shocked by Chun Xiang's strength. In their opinion, only an elite few disciples among the inner sect martial courtyard were capable of such a feat. It must be known that those inner sect disciples have been here for a long time and learnt many martial skills and compressed their true chi to a very rich form. Collecting the ravaged corpses of the bulls, Chun Xiang backtracked. He wanted to quickly enter the inner sect. Chapter 90 Détente. Chapter 90 Détente. Chun Xiang had just instantly killed 23 grade 10 demon beasts. Furthermore, it was done in a very leisurely manner. He soon returned to the original starting point, where he waited for Yun Xiaodao and Zhangde. After waiting for almost a day, Chun Xiang saw Zhangde with an expression full of happiness walking in the distance. From just one glance, he could already tell that Zhangde had completed the task. "Old man Zhang, congratulations!" Chun Xiang quickly laughed. Hey, same to you, Chun Xiang, but you have said the test in one go. Furthermore, you're so young. You're really someone with boundless prospects. Yun Xiaodao still hadn't returned. This made Chun Xiang and Zhangde somewhat concerned, but they did not have to wait for long. Suddenly, they heard a hawk's cry, followed by a kind of very proud laughter. "Ha ha, I earned a lot." Yun Xiaodao's laughter resounded. Qin Xiang and Zhang De looked up, only to see a giant black hawk flying high in the sky, seated on which was a grinning youth. Yun Xiaodao had actually tamed a black hawk. Taming a demon beast is a very difficult thing to do, but Yun Xiaodao had done it and had indeed earned a lot. All three returned safe and sound, moreover with a very rewarding experience. At this time, Wu Keiming and Elder Dan also arrived before them. Treasures that you have obtained yourself or demon beast corpses you have brought, as I said before, are yours. However, you do need to report them. Qin Xiang took out the ravaged corpses of the 23 demon beasts which had been morphed into the giant meat patties, along with 5 azure, profound fruit. This scared Yin Xiaodao and Zhang De, who both emitted a high-pitched shriek of shock. They were very clear about the iron armor bull. They knew it was a gregarious type of demon beast, moreover with very strong defensive capabilities and decent power. Yet now they were nothing more than giant meat patties. With just a glance, they knew that Qin Xiang started with a heavy hand and had, in a single breath, gotten rid of these demon beasts. 23. Elder brother Qin, you truly are abnormal, Yun Xiaodao said. He then took out the corpses of 2 tiger-type demon beasts and one of a large bear. He then embraced the giant black hawk behind him and said, Lao He has been tamed by me, therefore he belongs to me. That is natural, Wu Keiming said with a smile. Zhang De had killed 4 giant wolves and also found a 3,000-year blood ginseng. His harvest was also not bad. Are you going to sell those azure, profound fruits? Elder Dan asked while staring at the 5 fruit placed by Qin Xiang onto the ground, which was circulating an azure light. Not selling, said Qin Xiang with a low snort. Azure, profound fruit. Zhang De and Yun Xiaodao were once again shocked. Qin Xiang had actually gotten such a good thing. This made both of them secretly jealous of Qin Xiang's luck. The rank of the foundation building Dan could not be counted as a high rank, but the herbs required for making it were very rare. The costs and rarity for these herbs could even be compared with those needed for some high-level dawn. The azure profound fruit was one of the main ingredients, and even though its rank was not that high, the foundation building Dan was a wonder drug in helping someone enter the true martial realm, so they were sold at very expensive prices. Sell it to me. Afterwards, I'll help you in refining the foundation building Dan for free. I do not casually refine pills for others. Elder Dan was also very interested in the azure profound fruit. Although she had previously obtained 10 of them, they had all been quickly used up. It was really a long time ago, and she had not since refined a foundation building Dan. If you had previously not made things difficult for me, giving you one of them would not matter to me. But now I'll not sell it to you for any price. Qin Xiang flung aside his head. He does not want to see her again. Yun Xiaodao hastily pulled Qin Xiang in the next instant, fearing that he would provoke Elder Dan's anger. If that were to happen, it would become very troublesome. 500,000 crystal stones for one will you sell? Elder Dan sneered. She does not believe that Qin Xiang would not be tempted. I will not sell. Qin Xiang firmly replied. 1 million crystal stones selling or not? Elder Dan coldly asked. Sold. Qin Xiang grinned. 1 million crystal stones was absolutely not a small amount, and if he was not going to sell, well then he was an idiot. Furthermore, this would also be bad for his relations. I plus P with Elder Dan. Humph, I'm not going to buy. Elder Dan said, and like an angry little girl, stamped her foot on the ground and turned to leave. Qin Xiang curled his lips and said, "Tsh, this woman is breaking her promise. Earlier she had said she would marry me if I win. I laboriously defeated her, and now she's going back on her words. What should I do?" When Elder Dan heard his statement, she turned back and coldly said, 1 million crystal stones. I'll buy. Qin Xiang really wanted to rip off Elder Dan's mask and take a look at the appearance of the extreme martial sex, only female. How is the relations? HI plus P between you and the divine weapon Heavenly Empire's Empress, is it okay? Qin Xiang asked. He had suddenly gotten an idea. We're both female, and our relations. HI plus P is also not bad. Why do you ask? Elder Dan replied, I'll give you 2 azure profound fruits. Can you help me refine 1 set of the foundation building Dan herbs, and then send 1 Dan to Shui Xianxian and the other to Lung Yulan in Icewind Valley? Qin Xiang's eyes were rotating. At most, successfully refining a complete set of herbs for the foundation building Dan would result in 2 Dan if done without any wastage. Normally, alchemists were only able to refine 1 Dan, but Qin Xiang firmly believed that Elder Dan was capable of producing 2 Dan. I will not take your crystal stones. It can be regarded as a gift to Elder Dan. Qin Xiang said. He really did not want to have such stiff relations with Elder Dan, because later on he not only wanted to enter the Extreme Dan courtyard, but also planned to stay in the Extreme Martial sect for a very long time. Maybe in the future, when he goes out to explore the Qinwu mainland for experience, he might stir up some trouble. At that time, he may need to get shelter in the Extreme Martial sect. Wu Keiming, Yun Xiaodao, and Zhang De could all see Qin Xiang's reason for acting like this, and they also very much supported it. Elder Dan was silent for a moment before saying, Do you want to know why I hate you? Qin Xiang shook his head, sighed then, said, I would very much like to know. If you defeat me, I'll tell you. Elder Dan picked up 2 azure profound fruit. With far less hatred in her voice, she asked, Who is Lung Yulan to you? You already have Shui Xianxian as your fiancé, yet you still think of others. Men really are like this. Qin Xiang quickly explained, Yulan is my sworn sister, and I had sent her to join the Extreme Martial sect. However, I did not know the Extreme Martial sect's rules beforehand, which is why she later went to Icewind Valley, but that is too far away. I cannot go there anytime soon, and as her sworn brother, I must take care of her. That's why I can only request this favor from Elder Dan. Humph, sworn sister? That's a nice way to put it. Who knows what other intentions you have in your mind? Elder Dan finished speaking, turned around, and left. Qin Xiang and the others were slightly surprised. Elder Dan's voice had a tinge of jealousy in it. Elder Brother Qin, I've been calling you this from the very start. Will you also take me as a sworn brother or not? Yun Xiaodao said with a depraved smile while looking at the 3 azure profound fruit in Qin Xiang's hand. Qin Xiang blankly looked at Yun Xiaodao before replying, You're a very rich guy. You do not need to care about this little thing. Elder Brother Qin really had ill intentions when receiving your sworn sister. Yun Xiaodao muttered. He also knew a bit about Lung Yulan. She and Shui Xianxian were similar. Both were known as one of the most talented in the younger generation. Wu Keiming coughed dryly twice before saying, You are starting to resolve the differences between you and Elder Dan. This is very good. Now, I congratulate the 3 of you in becoming one of the Extreme Martial sect's inner disciples. You can take away half the demon beast corpses that you have acquired. Later on, Little Fatty can walk you through the inner martial courtyard, so you all can get familiarized with it. After the 3 of them took away the demon beast's corpses, they left the mysterious realm extremely excited. Zhu Rong had been waiting outside for them for quite some time, because the relations HI plus P between Zhu Rong and Yun Xiaodao was quite good. He was arranged to guide Qin Xiang and the others through the inner sect. TLN. Détente is a French word meaning release from tension. Here it is referring to the easing of relations between Elder Dan and Qin Xiang. This term is often used in reference to the general easing of the geopolitical tensions between the Soviet Union and the United States, which began in 1969. Chapter 91 Inner Courtyard. Chapter 91 Inner Courtyard. The most excited person was Yun Xiaodao. As he walked out of the mysterious realm, he clamored to go to the squinting guy to ask for his 1,000 true Qidong. Zhu Rong seeing Yun Xiaodao easily win 1,000 true qi dan, was very jealous in his heart. On the basis that 1 true qi dan was sold for 500 crystal stones, then 1,000 true qi dan would be equal to 500,000 crystal stones. This was a huge amount. Elder brother Qin, 90% of the 1,000 true qi dan are yours, and 10% is mine. After all, I only undertook the gambling stake and nothing more. I spoke thoughtlessly in that matter. I did not expect to gain so this much. Yun Xiaodao said with a grin. Although this number was very large, in his eyes it was not accountable for anything. Over the many years, he had eaten far more than this amount. When Chen Xiang saw Yun Xiaodao not paying any attention to the 1,000 true qi dan, he could not help but secretly suck down on his tongue. But once he remembered that the Yun family was one of the 4 major families within the extreme martial province, he also felt that it was not a big deal for Yun Xiaodao. Just one major family held a ton of crystal stone mineral resources, herbs, demon beasts, etc., although they were not comparable to major sects, but they were regarded as the richest right afterward the major sections. Fatty, your Zhu family is similar to my Yun family. Your wealth should also be comparable to ours, right? Because you are also very stingy and treacherous. Yun Xiaodao patted Zhu Rong's back and said with a laugh. Zhu Rong only snorted in response. From the posture of his body, one could tell that his family foundation was very thick. Zhang De shook his head and let out a sigh. If one has a good background, it may very well allow them to struggle less for a few decades. Qin Xiang and the others followed Zhu Rong and headed towards the 329th martial courtyard. This was the weakest martial courtyard among all the inner martial courtyards. It was also the location where all the new members had to go after entering the inner martial courtyard. There is not a single person. Yun Xiaodao doubtfully said. Afterwards he shouted, anyone? Quickly come out to greet the newcomers. Zhu Rong curled his lips and said, do not shout. For many years, no one has entered the inner sect. It has always been like this. Qin Xiang asked, so to say the disciples of this inner martial courtyard have all gone to higher-ranking martial courtyards? But if so, then shouldn't some disciples be defeated and forced to come here? Zhu Rong nodded his head. What you said is correct. However, the inner martial courtyard disciples perform many missions which are very important and dangerous. Although there are more than 300 inner martial courtyards, but each one has no more than 10 inner sect disciples. Where I am staying right now, there are only 5 disciples. Being in the inner martial courtyard comes with good benefits. Every month you can receive 300 true qi dan and 3,000 crystal stones, and every year 1 true elemental dan. Also, whenever you go out to perform the missions, you will also get some healing and detoxification dan. Besides, there was always the reward for completing the mission. Zhu Rong got the precious white jade dan that way too. All of the disciples of this inner courtyard are dead. In fact, up to the 300 inner martial courtyard, every single one is empty. Zhu Rong's complexion turned serious. Being an inner sect disciple is not extremely dazzling as everyone thinks. They also have their own life-threatening missions that they were required to complete. Then why did you not take us to the 300th martial courtyard? Yun Xiaodao blankly looked at Zhu Rong. Little rascal Yun, I did this for your own good. If you move up a few numbers forward, then the tasks you will receive become more dangerous. You should wait for Qin Xiang to enter the 10th level of the mortal martial realm and then move forward step by step. Zhu Rong replied. Qin Xiang also agreed. We have just entered the inner sect. We can now learn more higher-leveled martial skills. Only after we get a good grasp on them and our strength stabilizes should we move forward. Come on. I'm only in the 200th martial courtyard. It took me a very long time to rise up to that level. You better clean up the place. I'll leave now. Zhu Rong walked away very quickly. He was worried Qin Xiang and the others would ask him to help them clean up. This martial courtyard contained many small houses. The residence and marital courtyard were at the exact same place. Later on, Chen Xiang and the others did not need to take a different road to head to the martial courtyard from their residence. I'll not sleep here. You two can hurry up and clean it yourself. Yun Xiaodao giggled and then also left. Because no one has lived here for many years, there were a lot of dead leaves and dust gathered around. It took most of the day for Chen Xiang and Zhang to finish cleaning the courtyard. Chen Xiang decided to stay in a building with a ton of training equipment. He did not find much use to these equipments. They were not too light, but one needed to spend a large amount of time to exercise with them. This kind of stuff is only used to kill time. For genuine practice, one needs to carry out a variety of extreme training or go out and gain experience. Zhang De said. At this time, Yun Xiaodao came back and excitedly shouted, Elder Brother Qin, I went to look for that squinting guy for the true Qi Dan. This guy actually very readily gave me the true Qi Dan. Quickly take a look to check if it is not false. As for the gambling stakes, Qin Xiang had not cared too much. He believed that if you were to ask for the 1,000 true Qi Dan, it might become troublesome and might even escalate into a conflict. Yun Xiaodao took out 10 jade boxes. Inside each box were 100 true Qi Dan. After Qin Xiang examined them, he determined that they were not fake, although the quality was not as good as his refining, but they had reached the standard requirements. Yun Xiaodao only wanted 1 box. Qin Xiang originally wanted to give a box to Zhang De, but he was unwilling to accept. In the end, he bought the box for half of its price. Zhu Rong once gave Qin Xiang a box with white jade Dan. Qin Xiang wanted to thank him and also gave 1 box to Zhu Rong. In spite of this, when he took the box, his face was filled with jealousy. He had intended to buy 3 boxes for half the price. However, in the end, he was kicked out by Yun Xiaodao. Yun Xiaodao only wanted 1 box, and Qin Xiang originally wanted to give 1 box to Zhang De. But Zhang De was not willing to accept. At last, he bought the box with half of its price. Utterly shameless fatty. Yun Xiaodao cursed. We are now also considered inner sect disciples. We can go and pick up some things. You can also go to the inner courtyard regular hall and look for good exercises of the profound and earth level. Yun Xiaodao, excited, shouted before Russ. I, plussing out of the martial courtyard. To receive these materials, one had to go to the inner martial courtyard or the extreme Dan courtyard. A true martial realm disciple was responsible for overseeing the process. Chen Xiang received 20 true Qi Dan and a true elemental Dan, as well as 3,000 crystal stones along with a handy level 9 ordinary grade weapon. It was a dragon head broadsword. TLN, dragon head on its hilt. Yun Xiaodao and Zhang De also casually received their weapons, and they did not pay any attention to it afterwards. Walking on the road towards the inner courtyard regular hall, Yun Xiaodao saw Qin Xiang playing with the dragon head broadsword and asked, Elder Brother Qin, is that level 9 ordinary grade weapon any good? Me and Old Man Zhang use spirit grade weapons. Chen Xiang was startled. He suddenly understood why they could casually receive the same weapon. They actually had spirit grade weapons. The cheapest level 1 spirit weapon cost tens of thousands of crystal stones, so it was not that surprising for them to have one. I've never seen a spirit grade weapon before. How is it? Chen Xiang asked curiously. Yun Xiaodao took out a broadsword and very proudly said, This is a level 5 spirit grade weapon, Sky Wolf Sword. It cost me 1,000,000 crystal stones. The material used to forge it, adamantal iron wolf bones, is extremely hard. Furthermore, above the blade are spirit vein carvings which can absorb the spirit and fuse it with spirit true Qi, making the original true Qi stronger. Inside the blade, there are meridians similar to that of us humans. When one pours their true Qi into the blade, it can have an unhindered flow of true Qi. The hilt is also inlaid with the adamantal Iron Wolf's Beast Dan. If the Beast Dan were to be excited to release the demon beast's true Qi, then it would become even more formidable. Qin Xiang could see that there was indeed beautiful and profound lines above the blade. After being illuminated by sunlight, the text was sparkling, and it was very beautiful. That thing there could be considered in top grade among the level 5 spirit weapons. Although it only cost 1 million crystal stones, its overall value is incomparable to that number. Relying on the connections of the Yun family, you managed to get a well-known refiner to forge this. Zhang said with a look of envy mixed with jealousy and hate. Chapter 92, Divine Martial Skill. Chapter 92, Divine Martial Skill, Level 5 Spirit Weapons were indeed very expensive. Qin Xiang had a refining weapon scroll. Whenever he had spare time, he would also take a brief look through it. He had a grasp on the difficulty of refining a level 5 spirit grade weapon, which was at least several times harder than refining a level 1 spirit grade weapon. This old man only has a level 2 spirit grade sword, but it was worth 500,000 crystal stones. Zhang also took out his own spirit weapon. The sword was very simple, but on the blade there were spirit veins, but just not as complex as the ones on Yun Xiaodao's Skywolf sword. Old man Zhang, what if these were to go against each other? Yun Xiaodao grasped the hilt as the spirit veins on the blade suddenly burst into a bright light, becoming even more beautiful and charming. Zhang regarded his level 2 spirit weapon as his lifeblood and quickly put it away with a bitter smile, saying, "In your eyes, a spirit grade weapon 3 levels below yours might be similar to an ordinary grade weapon, but for me, my lifeblood. I will not court my own destruction just to satisfy your curiosity." Qin Xiang was also debating whether or not to get a spirit weapon. The last time he tried to use a normal, ordinary grade weapon to kill that bull, it was like trying to break a stone with an egg. If he had a good spirit weapon, then carrying out later missions would become a lot more convenient. Refining himself a weapon was an impossible task. Qin Xiang was already extremely busy with alchemy, and he had no time to spare to learn how to forge a good weapon. Regrading spirit weapons, you do not need to worry. Your little wife is faring quite well in the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. You can simply ask her teacher to refine a weapon. You might as well use the spirit veins transforming into runes aspect from the refining weapon scroll. With the help of those spirit veins, you can manufacture spirit runes. It is mentioned that spirit runes and spirit veins on spirit weapons act in a similar phase. on, Su Meiyao said. Regarding rune crafting, Chen Xiang was also confused because rune masters were much rarer than alchemists. Although there were some poor spirit runes in the market, reputed rune master works had never been sold or even heard of. Ordinary rune masters were only able to refine some common spirit runes and had not reached the level where their runes were unique and powerful. Qin Xiang and the others arrived at the inner courtyard regular hall. There was a total of 3 floors. The first floor contained low-grade profound level martial skills. The second floor had the high-grade profound level martial skills, and the third floor had the low-grade earth level martial skills. Inner sect disciples could only learn these 3 levels of martial skills. Qin Xiang was unlike Yin Xiaodao and Zhang, who as soon as they arrived rushed straight to the top floor. He wanted to first take a look at the low-grade profound level martial skills, because he knew rank does not necessarily represent the strength of the martial skills. A combination of factors in each aspect was used to determine the strength and power of the skill, just like how he could use the heavenly tiger storm killing fist and display strength equal to a high-grade martial skill. FUC, King tricked us. There are only 3 low-grade earth level martial skills. Other people have learnt them and don't want others to do the same. Yun Xiaodao came down from above with a look of disappointment. Zhang had a similar expression. There are only a few dozen high-grade profound level martial skills. There are only plenty of low-grade profound level martial skills. How is this the strongest major sect? The martial skills are only so. I've come here in vain. Yun Xiaodao cursed in a low voice. In his imagination, the strongest sect should have thousands, or at least hundreds. The inner courtyard regular hall manager, an old man, said with a smile, "For many years many inner sect disciples have come here, and every time they were just as disappointed as you were. But in the end, they stopped complaining and have not commented on this matter. Do you know why?" Qin Xiang also felt that it was a bit strange. If the extreme martial sect's martial skills were this bad, then they would not have been labeled as the strongest. There must be something else to it. Why? Yun Xiaodao asked. That old man smiled and answered, "Even in the Chimu mainland, the extreme martial sect is one of the most powerful sects. How could these low-level martial skills be the strongest the extreme martial sect has to offer? We have a lot of heaven-level martial skills, but now they are more commonly known as divine martial skills. Divine martial skill? Divine exercise? The extreme martial sect had a lot of them." This was a huge shock to Qin Xiang, Yun Xiaodao, and Zhangde as they stood there speechless. While it not the same type of divine exercise as those in the legends, the heaven-level martial skills have largely been improved. The advantage to these kinds of martial skills is that its strength changes depending on your own power. As your strength increases, so does the might of the martial skill. If you want to have one, you better find a teacher. Otherwise, you will only get one if you become a true disciple. The old man said. Qin Xiang had no intent to find a teacher, but even if he wanted to, there would be no one who would dare take him. This was because Elder Dan had made a public statement that whoever receives him as their apprentice, she would go against them with all her might. Why didn't you say that earlier? That's way too simple. Yun Xiaodao swiftly ran away. With his talent, finding a teacher is rather easy for him. As for Zhangde, he also swiftly walked away. Are you the one called Qin Xiang? You don't need to go to look for teacher. Elder Dan has commanded that no one is allowed to receive you as an apprentice. These were Elder Dan's words, and even the dean must listen. Hey! As soon as you came, you annoyed Elder Dan. In the entire history of the sect, you are the first person to do so. Look out for yourself. The old man patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. Qin Xiang cursed in his heart. If I knew this earlier, I would not have given the azure profound fruits to her. She even cut off my path. My purpose in coming here was only to learn martial skills. How could it turn out like this? Qin Xiang was very upset in his heart. If he did not have a teacher, he would only be able to learn these divine martial skills once he reached the true martial realm. Although the martial skills in the divine exercise of four symbols was formidable, it was not stronger by that much. Furthermore, if he wanted to learn them, there was a certain level of strength required. Divine martial skills were mostly in the hands of the true disciples in the true martial realm. These true disciples were also allowed to receive and teach apprentices. If they were to pass their skills onto an outsider, they would be seriously punished. 5 days passed as Qin Xiang swept through the entire inner courtyard regular hall. Ultimately, he only borrowed 2 martial skills, and they were both earth level. Shocking Heaven Palm and Profound Aura Finger. They're very refined martial skills, and the bodily requirements are also very high. Take Shocking Heaven Palm, for example. You needed the strength of the meridians in your arm to be at a very high degree, and they should be able to withstand a sudden release of large amounts of true qi before you can release its fearsome might. Meanwhile, the Profound Aura Finger needs you to temper your fingers through training such as immersing them in hot molten iron, baking your fingers in intense fire. You need to forge your fingers like a weapon should be. Old man, I know this already. Hurry up and register it for me. Qin Xiang impatiently replied. He saw thick dust piled on these 2 books, and knew that very few people took them because of how difficult it was to practice. However, in his opinion, it was not that difficult for him. After the old man registered the skills, Qin Xiang took the books and left. These past few days, he had not seen Zhangde or Yun Xiaodao. Later on, he learned from Zhu Rong that they were undergoing an assessment. Because they both wanted to find a teacher, They needed to satisfy the teacher's requirements and pass their A assessment. Rest A assured, if you want to enter the true martial realm, the only obstacle in your path is time. The 2 martial skills you chose are also not that bad, Su Meiyao said while comforting him. This was because it was she who made Chun Xiang come to the extreme martial sect in the first place. If Chun Xiang was not satisfied, it would be rather embarrassing sing for her. Chun Xiang did not blame her because he knew that Su Meiyao's knowledge about the extreme martial sect was from a very long time ago. It was natural for these things to change with time. Chun Xiang's body had already underwent refinement in the immortal devil pool. His body was in the embryonic stage of an immortal devil body, which was why he already met the requirements. He could easily master the shocking heaven palm and the profound aura finger. Chapter 93 Extreme, Dan Courtyard. Chapter 93 Extreme, Dan Courtyard. Chun Xiang now had 2 true elemental dawn, which were high-grade spirit level dawn. Even in martial sects, dawn of this level were extremely scarce, which was why it was generally very difficult to obtain them. That was why many individuals collected their own herbs and hired an alchemist to refine it for them. Do not eat these dawn. Not too long ago, you have just entered the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. You better make sure to first familiarize yourself with this state and wait for the time when you try to impact the 10th level of the mortal martial realm. At that moment, swallow it down in one breath. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang sighed. Just as he received the true Qi dawn, he only wanted to know as soon as possible how it tasted. Shocking Heaven Palm was a type of martial skill with a fearsome attacking power. In the blink of an eye, it could release a large amount of internal true Qi and generate a type of wide-range, invisible shockwave that could be used to attack from a long distance. At the same time, it could also be used for pinpoint attacks, and if one wanted to block it, they would have to waste a lot of their true Qi. Shocking Heaven Palm. Chun Xiang's 5 fingers spread out and a palm was blasted. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so trees had been broken right in front of him, and the soil in the ground also shook like a crest of sea waves. It truly had an overbearing might. Chun Xiang had been practicing inside a mountain forest owned by the extreme martial sect. Had he been inside the martial courtyard, then perhaps the whole place would have been smashed. In just 3 days I was able to execute it. That's quite quick. Chun Xiang, seeing good result, was very satisfied. Another. Let's try out the profound aura finger. A light azure Qi aura surged out of the top of his index finger and wrapped around it. At this time, although the Qi aura looked very calm, it also gave off a very oppressive atmosphere. Chun Xiang lightly poked this finger against a slab. A small hole immediately appeared, as if he had not poked a slab, but a piece of tofu. Not to mention this slab, even if it was a level 9 ordinary weapon, once it was clamped by 2 profound aura fingers, it would also immediately shatter. Hey, if I use the colorless, invisible, true Qi, wouldn't it be more formidable? Maybe spirit weapons can also be broken. Chun Xiang said while laughing. He was very satisfied by this low-grade earth-level martial skill, although Azure Dragonclaw was similar martial skill, but while casting it, it was very overbearing. On the other hand, although the profound aura finger was also a type of fast-attacking martial skill, but while casting it, it was very mild, and it could be used for surprise attacks. When Chun Xiang returned to the martial courtyard, he saw Zhang De and Yun Xiaodao's faces br. 1 M-I-N-G with happiness, and from this he knew they have definitely been taken by a good teacher. Elder brother Qin, you came at the right time. Otherwise later on it would have been very difficult to see old man Zhang. Yun Xiaodao said. Oh, why? Chun Xiang had a doubtful expression on his face. Zhang De smilingly said, My teacher is at the extreme martial province border all year round. That's why I've decided to follow him, so that I can also experience this world and can somewhat sharpen myself. This is also not bad. Take care. Chun Xiang slightly smiled. Zhang De left, and Yun Xiaodao said with a smile, "Elder Brother Qin, do you want to know who my teacher is?" "Who? Don't tell me it's Elder Dan." Chun Xiang said while laughing. "Of course not. It's an old matron of Third Martial Courtyard. She and our family have some relations. That's why she has taken me as an apprentice. But while I was doing the assessment, I was very badly tortured by her, and she also took away my Black Hawk," said Yun Xiaodao with a depressed look. A person from the Third Martial Courtyard. They could be considered as the powerful experts in the extreme martial sect, and this made Chen Xiang quite surprised. "Elder Brother Qin, you do not have a teacher. Aren't you dispirited because of it?" Yun Xiaodao asked in a low tone. Chen Xiang laughed and said, "Xiaodao, you better cultivate seriously, otherwise you'll be completely left behind by me. I was able to grow up to this step alone, so who wants a teacher?" "Xiaodao, you took a teacher, yet you also haven't asked us to go for drinks and meals? You are very cunning." Zhu Rong was coming with a smile on his face. Since he knew Qin Xiang was an alchemist and also had a lot of resources, he would come here every day. Chen Xiang also had 700 true Qidan, so he could be absolutely considered as wealthy in the inner sect. "Dead fatty, you only know how to take advantage of me. I've known you for so long, and you've never invited me." Yun Xiaodao cursed. "Who says? The last time we went out, I invited you to eat a bowl of noodles." Zhu Rong immediately retorted, and he also had an aggrieved look on his face. "Invited my ass, that bowl counted as fart. Fis. I plussing for half a day, and I did not even find meat scr. A PS. Yun Xiaodao walked towards him and kicked his foot. Zhu Rong snappily said, "It can be considered as being invited. You were the first person who was ever invited by me, Zhu Rong." "Right, Qin Xiang, there is the Alchemy Compet. 1. Tie-in being held in the Extreme Dan Courtyard. Do you want to go? The reward is 2 true Elemental Dan." "What are the compet? 1. Tie-in rules like?" Chun Xiang was excited in his heart and quickly asked, "What about it?" "It is just like before. Within a specified time, whoever can refine as many true Qi Dan with better quality will win." Zhu Rong rubbed his fatty palm together and said with smile. Chan Xiang slightly raised his mouth. His face was BRIMMING with a confident smile and immediately said, "I'll definitely go." Finished talking, he quickly walked out of the martial courtyard and started walking towards the Extreme Dan Courtyard. These days, he also learned about the Extreme Dan Courtyard's location. A part of it was close to the mysterious realm, and a part of it was inside the mysterious realm. Chen Xiang came to the 8 courtyards of the Extreme Dan Courtyard, and to their surprise they ran into Yao Haixing. "How is it you again? What are you doing here?" Yao Haixing was, to their surprise, in charge of the registration work here because of how he treated Chen Xiang last time and how things also went too far, so he was no longer responsible for the outside work. Enemies often crossed each other's path, and Chen Xiang did not expect to encounter Yao Haixing, but he had heard Yao Haixing was a level 3 alchemist. He could refine middle-grade spirit leveled on, so he still had quite a bit of prestige in the extreme martial sect. No wonder his manners were like that on that day. Yao Haixing became extremely furious when he saw Qin Xiang. Now Yao Haixing was also paying Qin Xiang's fees to enter the extreme martial sect. Not to mention, Yao Haixing's apprentice was seriously injured by Qin Xiang. Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong also hadn't expected that Chen Xiang would encounter his number 2 enemy in the extreme martial sect. "Relying on you? Can you even refine a true Qidan? If you fail in refining, you have to pay the cost of the herbs with your own crystal stones, and if you continue to fail 3 times, then you will be automatically withdrawn." Yao Haixing spoke disdainfully. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiang learned from Zhu Rong that during this alchemy compet, 1. Tie-in the materials were all given by the extreme martial sect, and one had 10 days for refining. This was mainly done so that the large amount of true Qidan herbs which had been collected for too long could be consumed. This way, Not only could the sect quickly obtain a large number of true Qi Dan, but also it could allow the sect's alchemists to learn from each other, killing two birds with one stone. Of course I can. Chun Xiang's brow slightly wrinkled. At this time Yun Xiaodao shouted, "Not only can elder brother Chen do so, but he will also get first place, thereby winning the two true elemental dawn." I spit. Yao Haixing burst out into laughter. If this brat, who smells of his mother's milk, which is not yet dried, can win first place, then what will us old men who have been staying in the extreme Dan courtyard for many years feel then? If he can win first place, then this father will take him as a teacher. Chun Xiang, thinking about this in his heart, chuckled, as if he could see in front of him what this crazy, smiling, middle-aged man taking him as a teacher looked like. Many people in the extreme Dan courtyard casted a contemptuous gaze. No matter how talented Chen Xiang was, he was still 17 years old, and at this age if he could refine a high-grade mortal-level Dan, then it could be considered good. However, to refine a low-grade spirit-level, true Qi Dan, he still fell short by a lot. After all, everyone who could refine the true Qi Dan knew that only after failing more than 100 times could one be successfully able to refine a true Qi Dan, and they believed Chun Xiang absolutely could not afford to consume such a large number of herbs. Suddenly, one cold voice resounded. "If Qin Xiang can win first, I'll make an exception and allow him to enter the extreme Dan King courtyard." TLN, Yao Haixing appeared in Chapter 76. Chapter 94, Alchemy Compet. I. Chapter 94, Alchemy Compet. 1. Tie in this was the sound of Elder Dan's voice, and Qin Xiang would never forget this even in his death. Her words made everybody in the 8th Dan courtyard shudder. The extreme Dan courtyard consisted of 8 smaller courtyards, and above these was the extreme Dan King courtyard. Only Elder Dan had the qualifications to enter this courtyard. If you cannot win, then you will give all the original benefits you would receive from the extreme martial sect over to Yao Haixing. How about it? Elder Dan said with a sneer. Chun Xiang lightly smiled in response. All right, if I can get first, not only will I get to visit a nice place, but also receive an apprentice. You can never win. I earned first place for the last 5 consecutive years. You still have a long way to go. Yao Haixing coldly smiled, and it was as if he was foreseeing Qin Xiang's miserable defeat. The matter of Elder Dan making things difficult for Qin Xiang was known to everyone in the extreme martial sect. But now that Chun Xiang had entered the inner sect and received abundant resources, Elder Dan actually tried to cut these supplies off. Body expected that Chun Xiang would actually readily agree to such a thing. Youths are always like this. They can never admit defeat. Someday they will suffer and pay the price. Wu Kaming, after learning of this, could not help but lament. I say, Elder Dan, this brat clearly intended to please you by openly gifting 2 azure profound fruits. Why would you still act against him? Humph. Elder Dan coldly snorted and said, "This brat has not suffered any losses by his supposed gift. When I refine the foundation building, Dan, I need to expend other additional materials for refining. His azure profound fruit was the rarest on the list, which I had been looking for quite a long time to obtain. But I failed to find it and could only resign myself to accept this gift. If he really wanted to please me, he would not have requested me to refine 2 foundation building dawn for his pair of little sweethearts." When Wu Kaming heard this, and he really thought about it once more, and he realized that regarding this matter, Elder Dan had indeed suffered a loss. I will definitely make him willingly bow his head towards me. If he admits his mistakes to me and apologizes, I can even take him as my apprentice. After Elder Dan finished speaking, she flew away. I'm afraid that this feisty girl will never get married. Wu Kaming helplessly smiled. The Alchemy Compet. 1. Tie-in would start after 3 days and was held in the 8th smaller Dan courtyard. During these 3 days, Qinxiang secluded himself and went into closed-door training. Others thought that he was preparing for the compet. One, Tian, but they were very wrong. He was studying the spirit veins section in the refining weapon scroll. Sister Mei Yao, Sister Yu, regarding these types of spirit veins, you too should understand better than I. These things are very profound and can produce all sorts of bizarre effects. What do you think would happen if I engrave these spirit veins onto a dan, or during alchemy internally carve the spirit veins? Inside the ring, Su Meiyao and Bai Yuyu were stunned speechless. They had never thought about such a thing. In their opinion, alchemy was just the process of congealing the dan by fusing various types of herbs. Nothing more, nothing less. After Su Meiyao took a cold breath, she said, I do not know, but you should try. But in order to do so, you would need a very strong divine sense in order to quickly carve the spirit veins while congealing the dan. You would need an even more powerful divine sense if you want to carve it inside the dan. Correct. Furthermore, you would need to carve suitable spirit veins. My teacher once said that there were some spirit runes which had the same effects as dawn in ancient times. If such spirit runes were to be engraved onto the dantian, it would allow one to quickly gather a large amount of true qi. If it was attached onto someone's arm, that part would gain fearsome strength. Bai Yuyu said, Qinxiang was secretly elated by the news. If he was truly successful in creating spirit runes onto dawn, it would help him improve the effect of dawn by several times in the future without having to use precious spirit herbs. However, he currently had too little understanding of the spirit runes. 3 days passed, but Qinxiang was left without anything to show for it. These spirit runes were just too complicated and required a huge amount of mental power to analyze, memorize, and grasp the information contained within them, which was simply impossible to do in such a short period of time. This alchemy compet. 1. Tian was just a small-scale event held once a year. However, a large grand compet. 1. Tian was held every 10 years. At that time, not only would all the alchemists in the extreme martial sect partake, 1. P8, but also alchemists throughout the entire extreme martial province would travel here to partake. 1. P8 in this major event. Many people were uninterested in watching the process of an alchemy compet. 1. Tian because it was relatively tedious, unless it was a grand compet. 1. Tian, in that case the scene was not only spectacular, but also lively. Furthermore, occasionally there were some funny scenes that occurred. Elder brother Qin, you can do it. We will be waiting for you here 10 days later. This time around, Yin Xiaodao was concerned about Qinxiang because of the giant bet, although he said he would definitely win the compet. 1. Tian, if he lost, he would be losing big time. Elder Dan arrived and coldly stated, Qinxiang, your alchemy process will be supervised by me. I heard that you had won 1,000 true qi dan, and this is to prevent you from cheating, which is probably the only way you can win. Qinxiang helplessly sighed. Elder Dan, there are only 700 of those true qi dan remaining. I gave 100 to Yin Xiaodao and sold 200 to Zhu Rong and Zhangde. Here, I'll give you the remaining 700 true qi dan for custody, so you cannot accuse me of cheating. Qinxiang readily set over the 7 boxes, which made Elder Dan surprised. When others found out that Qinxiang had 700 true qi dan on him, they could not help but stare at him with envy. Yet despite this, they did not dare to even think of fighting Qinxiang. Even though there was a great disparity in their strength, if the extreme martial sect were to find out about their actions, their peaceful days would come to an end. Elder Dan opened the jade boxes and confirmed there was 700 true qi dan inside them. Afterwards, she placed them inside her own storage bracelet. Only at the elder level would one have such a sophisticated and beautiful storage equipment. Elder Dan also wanted to take a look at how Qinxiang planned to refine the true qi dan in the end. She also did not believe that Qinxiang would be able to refine them at his young age. The compet. 1. Tie-in started as each person got their own personal room, which was in turn guarded by a disciple. Moreover, their entire alchemy process were being transmitted to the elder courtyard, which was being intensely supervised by a few old men so that no one could win by cheating. Chun Xiang learned that the fastest someone had refined a set of true Qi Dan was half an hour. However, if he used the brilliant flame dragon furnace, he would be able to refine 2 sets of true Qi Dan herbs in half an hour. In order to make it less shocking, he intended to tone it down and refine 1 set of herbs per hour. Plus, like this, he was able to be more relaxed. Elder Dan opened Qin Xiang's brilliant flame dragon furnace, and apart from being very beautiful and forged by good material, she did not find anything strange about it. The only person who should know about its uses was the brilliant furnace's chosen master. Otherwise, Meng Bo would have never casually taken out this alchemy furnace and use it as gambling stakes. Elder Dan, how long does it generally take you to refine 1 set of true Qi Dan herbs? Also, how many dawn can you produce in 1 set? Qin Xiang asked. The fastest I can refine would be 2 sets of herbs in 1.5 hours. The highest amount of dawn in the furnace would be 6 dawn, but then the time of refining would be extended. Elder Dan truthfully answered. She was also relatively proud of these results. At her level, alchemists were not always refining high-level dawn. Sometimes the sect lacked low-level dawn and they needed to act as well. When refining high-level dawn, they would go into seclusion. Elder Dan had not gone into seclusion for many years because she had been collecting herbs. The herbs used in this compet. 1. Tie-in was paid for by the extreme martial sect, but if they failed to refine anything they needed to repay the sect with crystal stones. That was why everyone was being even more careful than usual when refining. They did not dare to refine too quickly because they fear its repercussions. But Chun Xiang had the heaven-defying brilliant flame dragon furnace. If he intended to go fast, he would go fast. If he wanted to approach the limit of his refinement speed, he would be able to refine 3 sets of true Qi Dan herbs in half an hour. Elder Dan saw Chun Xiang skillfully dealing with the herbs without even taking a glance at them, while at the same time processing multiple sets at once. The amount for each set was uniform and not the least bit off or different. His speed was so quick that it made people suck their tongues. Only people who had vast amounts of experience in refining would be able to do such a thing. Even inside the extreme martial sect, only a few old men could do this. Chapter 0095 Compet. I. Tie-in result. Chapter 0095 Compet. 1. Tie-in result. You've refined true Qi Dan previously? Elder Dan asked while feeling surprised. Of course, I didn't come here to play. Chun Xiang casually said, and in blink of an eye he already finished processing several sets of materials and started to place the herbs inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace. The significantly masked, beautiful face of Elder Dan was full of shock. 17 years old, and already capable of refining a low-grade spirit-level Dan. This came as shock to her, and also she felt that she had finally met someone since her birth that she could truly consider a genius. It was also the first time she had heard of a genius of this level. Elder Dan was silent and seriously looking at Chun Xiang refining, but the next scene made her vomit blood. Chun Xiang, while actually refining, was also diverting his attention to organize the herbs. You have already refined this, Dan? Elder Dan could sense the flame trance. You. Ting inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace. The flame would suddenly become large, then suddenly small, and these subtle changes were very difficult to detect. She almost wasn't able to sense these subtle changes, and it could be clearly seen that Chun Xiang's ability to control fire was just superb. Chun Xiang unenthusiastically said, Alchemy is too boring and consumes a lot of time. Only this way it can be a little interesting. Don't you fear that your furnace will explode? Diverting the mind in 2 places like this can easily lead to failure. Elder Dan snorted. Hey, I'm currently using my mind in 3 places. One side for refining the Dan, another side on organizing the herbs, and also talking to you. Qianxiang said while laughing, and listening to this elder Dan could not wait to give him a beating. But she also clearly knew while refining dawn how tedious and boring it could be. Qianxiang slowed down his tempo, and he could only use the brilliant flame dragon furnace like this if he was familiar with the process of refining the Dan. He could divert his mind to several places, and this was not only due to the brilliant flame dragon furnace, but also because he mainly relied on his subtle sense of alchemy. This sense was his talent, otherwise he would never be able to learn alchemy so easily. All the materials were with Elder Dan, and she first gave Qianxiang only 10 sets, waiting for him to completely refine them, but Qianxiang had quickly organized them. In this little, private room, 10 square boxes were placed on the ground, which were the herbs for refining the true Qi Dan. Elder Dan, at my age, if I enter the extreme Dan King courtyard, then what are the advantages? Like what will I receive? Qianxiang asked, and thinking that he could live together with the mysterious Elder Dan for 10 days or so in his heart, he was inexplicably excited. If you really can enter, then it certainly will be beneficial, but it would also depend on me because the extreme Dan courtyard is managed by me. Elder Dan said with a low chuckle, Elder Dan, how about I give you a little H-E-L-L spirit, G-R-A-S, and we forget past matters and start anew. How does that sound? After Elder Dan's mysterious hatred, Qianxiang did not have good days. We never had any hatred between us. I am just doing this due to my preferences, Elder Dan said. Qianxiang sighed and said, I will use the H-E-L-L spirit, G-R-A-S, for one answer, and you tell me why you hate me. As you previously said, as long as I win, you'll tell me, but I cannot wait for that time. Although the H-E-L-L spirit, G-R-A-S, is very precious, but for me it not rare. Elder Dan said with a cold snort, Why are you doing this? Qianxiang had no words. He suddenly felt Elder Dan was angry with him, and this is simple, like a mentality of a little girl. He had once suspected whether or not he was a look-alike of an enemy of Elder Dan, and that was why she was hating him like this. Admit your mistake to me, and yield to me. If you do, so then I'll be satisfied, and perhaps I can even receive you as my apprentice. In Elder Dan's voice there was some pride in it, and she felt soon she would see this stubborn youth be shrewdly under her skirt. Dream on. Even in death I'll not. After this, Qianxiang didn't pay any attention to Elder Dan, and only felt somewhat strange because Elder Dan was obviously doing this in a fit of anger which was simply like the mentality of a little girl. More than an hour passed by. Qianxiang opened the alchemy furnace and took out 6 purple dawn and put it in a jade box, then once again placed the herbs inside the brilliant flame dragon furnace, continuing to refine more true Qi Dan. His actions were very casual and looked similar to how roadside steam bun sellers steam their buns. However, Elder Dan, who watched this, was very surprised because Qianxiang was truly able to refine true Qi Dan. Moreover, it only took him 1 hour to refine 1 set of herbs, and using 1 set, he was able to refine 6 dawn. Only if refined out gingerly, so that no herbs would be wasted while refining, would one be able to congeal 6 dawn. This would also take some time and also consumed a lot of one's spirit. But Qianxiang did this so leisurely. Elder Dan remained silent, and watching Qianxiang's casual appearance, in her heart she was not too happy. After watching this refinement of 1 set of herbs by Qianxiang, she was clear that the ultimate winner was likely to be Qianxiang. Qianxiang did not pay any attention to Elder Dan, and even when Elder Dan asked him, he only casually responded with a few words. It seemed he was angry, and this made Elder Dan secretly clench her teeth. More than 1 hour later, and another set of herbs were refined out once again. Qianxiang, for the entire day and night, did not rest and kept on refining true Qi Dan. 1 day later, Qianxiang had refined out 11 set of herbs. This speed made Elder Dan speechless due to surprise, and Qianxiang did not even fail once. In the eyes of Chen Xiang, refining true qi dan now was like making rice be ALLS, but among the low-grade spirit-level dan, he only knew how to refine the true qi dan. The other dan required a lot of herbs, and currently he didn't have a lot of crystal stones, so he could not afford the consumption of herbs. 10 days soon went by, and Chen Xiang refined a total of 100 set of herbs, in which he also rested for some time, which came to a grand total of 600 true qi dan. This alchemy speed in the entire extreme martial province was definitely first, and if Chen Xiang was willing to help some family to refine true qi dan, he would definitely earn a lot of crystal stones very quickly. At the end of the compet, 1. Tian, Yun Xiaodao, and Zhu Rong both quickly arrived, and they saw Chen Xiang had a relaxed expression. In their hearts, they felt a little strange, as in their opinion, Chen Xiang should not be able to win. Brother Yao, you really made this old man not be able to hold a candle against you. In 10 days, you actually refined out 400 true qi dan, more than 50 last year, so this year the first place position should belong to you. One old man with a look of respect was looking at Yao Haixing. Yao Haixing's face was filled with pride, but he modestly smiled and said, "Haha, this is all due to luck. Besides, I and that brat, who doesn't know immensity of heaven and earth, had a bet, so I did everything I can do in order to win." Yao Haixing, previously you said as long as you lost to me, you will be my apprentice. Do these words still count? Chen Xiang walked over and smiled. Of course it counts. You speak as if you have beaten me, Yu Haixing laughingly said. If this is true, this is the funniest joke I've heard of. Even if you can continuously refine 10 days, that also makes me a little surprised. This time others one after another revealed how many true qi dan they each refined, and except for Yao Haixing, the maximum others refined was about 200 or so, while the minimum was 30 dan. Not many people had partic. 1. P aided only about 30 people, and each of them were relatively good alchemists inside the extreme dan courtyard. Yao Haixing and other alchemists all laughed at Chen Xiang, but Elder Dan's words in the next moment made their smile freeze. Yao Haixing, you lost. This brat refined 600 true qi dan, Elder Dan said, and in her voice there was a trace of hatred, because it was not the result she wanted to see. Chapter 96, Receiving an Apprentice. Chapter 96, Receiving an Apprentice. Hey, Elder Dan, you are very kind. I thought that you were intentionally and superficially making things difficult for me. Chen Xiang let loose a deep breath and afterwards took out 6 jade boxes, each one containing 100 true qi dan. The courtyard became deathly silent, and, Body could believe that Chen Xiang was actually able to refine 600 true qi dan in just 10 days. Everyone had a look of suspicion in their eyes while looking at Elder Dan. For an instant, they suspected that Elder Dan had helped Chen Xiang cheat, but then remembered that was completely impossible because of how much Elder Dan hated Chen Xiang. At this time, Elder Dan had 7 jade boxes in her hand. These were the true qi dan she had previously confiscated. Afterwards, she opened all the boxes and verified the contents, showing everyone there was no cheating involved. Although I didn't want to see this result, Chen Xiang has indeed refined out 600 true qi dan within 10 days. He also only spent a total of 100 sets of materials. Elder Dan's words made everyone once again shudder. Only 100 set of materials. This meant that Chen Xiang was able to refine out 6 dan every single time with only a single set of herbs. Abnormal freak. Zhu Rong spat out these words from his mouth. Yun Xiaodao's mouth actually started twitching. He had not expected to have such a heaven-defying friend this close to him. Yao Haixing's teeth was trembling. With wide open eyes, he was staring at the true qi dan placed on the ground. As long as they were an alchemist, it was clear that these dan had been refined not too long ago. In addition, with the heat emanating from a box, it was clear that the dan in that specific box had been refined 2 days ago. Yao Haixing and the other alchemists could clearly determine that the true Qi Dan in the 6 boxes from Qinxiang had been refined not too long ago. Moreover, they were all of very high quality. No, all of them were top-grade quality. Elder Dan coldly said, "Now do you believe me? I have to admit, this fellow's level of alchemy is very high. Even I cannot accomplish such a feat each, and every one of his true Qi Dan is top-grade quality. It was also refined out in such a short time with each set of herbs producing 6 Dan." Yao Haixing suddenly shuddered. His eyes had turned red, and his heart felt literally dead. However, towards Qinxiang he had now had nothing but admiration. What could he do when even Elder Dan had admitted defeat? At the very next instant, Yao Haixing knelt down and knocked his head down towards Qinxiang, thunderously shouting, "Teacher, please accept this disciple's salute." Seeing such a salute from Yao Haixing, many alchemists almost waddled. They very eagerly gave themselves 2 slaps, wanting to check whether or not they were dreaming. An alchemist of the true martial realm had just taken a teacher who was in the 9th level of the mortal martial realm. Furthermore, he was a youth. This was simply a joke, the extreme martial sect's biggest and most ridiculous joke. Qinxiang was also startled. He had not expected Yao Haixing to so readily take him as a teacher. This was due in part to the presence of Elder Dan and the other alchemists. Yao Haixing could not afford to lose the trust of others. He might get cursed behind his back, and for him that was worse than death. Yun Xiao Dao vigorously pinched Zhu Rong's fat hand, making him emit a horrible shriek. "Ha! It's not a dream. Elder brother, Qin has won." Yun Xiao Dao burst into laughter. Zhu Rong also took a deep breath before accepting this absurd reality. Hey, apprentice, please rise," Qinxiang said with a depraved laugh as he walked towards Yao Haixing and helped him stand up. At this point in time, Yao Haixing's sadness was difficult to describe. He had not expected that he would ever take the one person he hated the most as his teacher. This might make him be unable to ever raise his head high ever again. "This is my gift to you," Qinxiang said as he gave Yao Haixing 100 true Qi Dan and an azure profound fruit. This gift of his made everyone petrified. Their gazes instantly gathered onto the azure profound fruit. Almost everyone here was an alchemist. Who in the world would be unable to recognize the azure profound fruit, this precious and extremely rare spirit herb? Little gift. The azure profound fruit as a little gift. This was simple to huge a blow for them. Both of Yao Haixing's hands were trembling as he took the so-called little gift from Qinxiang. He was originally deeply sad, however he felt much better now. At least doing this little obeisance to Qinxiang as his teacher was not all that bad. He was no fool and knew that Qinxiang intended to resolve the conflict between them. "Thanks a lot, teacher," said Yao Haixing somewhat choppily. "Qinxiang, here is your first reward. Early morning, tomorrow report to the extreme Dan King courtyard. If you are late, wait and accept the punishment." Elder Dan threw a small jaded box to Qinxiang before going to the other alchemists who took out their respective, refined, true Qi Dan. "Elder Dan, can I choose to not enter the extreme Dan King courtyard?" Qinxiang was worried that he would be oppressed there by this mysterious elder, Dan, turning his life miserable. "That won't do. It was an agreed bet between you and me. If you refuse and violate this, then you'll have to leave the extreme martial sect." A cold snort from Elder Dan resounded. Qinxiang sighed bitterly. He suddenly felt that he did not gain any benefits from the bet between him and Elder Dan Haixing. "Although I am now your teacher, at best I can only refine true Qi Dan. Maybe later I will even have to ask some advice from you. There's no need to refer to me as your teacher. Instead, just simply call me by my name. I will wait for the day when you are sincerely convinced I have the qualifications for you to call me teacher. At that time, you can once again address me as such." Qinxiang said, having Yao Haixing call him teacher every day. Even Qin Xiang felt a little sorry, not to mention what Yao Haixing was probably feeling. Regarding this point, Yao Haixing was also quite grateful. He knew from now on he could not act against Qin Xiang, otherwise he would be severely punished. Long before Qin Xiang entered the inner sect, his fame had spread throughout the entire extreme martial sect. Now, not only did he win the Alchemy compet 1 tie-in, but he was also allowed to enter the extreme Dan King courtyard, making Qin Xiang even more famous. Qin Xiang and Yun Xiaodao returned to their martial courtyard. While they were walking on the road, Yun Xiaodao suddenly said with a smile, "Elder brother Qin, do you remember not too long ago how I spoke about having a few very nice sisters?" Qin Xiang nodded. "I do, but you also said they would despise me and treat me like dirt." "How could I even say such a thing seriously? It was just a joke. Either way, I'll arrange for you and them to meet face to face. You're still single. You can simply get married," Yun Xiaodao said with a depraved smile on his face. That way, he would be able to get a brother-in-law with boundless prospects, which was a very good thing. "TCH, my fiancée is Xue Xianxian. If these sisters of yours want to marry me, they would first have to get permission from her." Qin Xiang pursed his lips and said, currently he just wanted to quickly enter the true martial realm and go searching for Xue Xianxian. "Brother-in-law, come on. Although my sisters are not nearly as talented as Xue Xianxian, they are all really pretty." To Qin Xiang's surprise, Yun Xiaodao actually called him brother-in-law already. Zhu Rong, witnessing this, could not help but stop himself and give Yun Xiaodao a nice kick. "Although your sisters really are rather pretty, at the same time each and every one of them are brim with pride and arrogance. There's no way brother Qin would like them. Younger brother Qin, I also have a sister, and her talent is also not bad. Her appearance is also much better than this rascal's sister's, those prudish tarts." Zhu Rong's chubby face was filled to the brim with a smile. "My dear brother-in-law, at what time do you want to go for a stroll within our Zhu family?" "Dead pig, you and I must fight," Yun Xiaodao angrily said. Watching this dramatic play from Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong, Qin Xiang secretly thought that it would be great to never meet these younger and elder sisters of theirs. Especially Zhu Rong's. Maybe his sister would be like him and be a heavyweight level female. Chapter 97, Heavenly Dragon Treasure. Chapter 97, Heavenly Dragon Treasure. Qin Xiang's attitude became very resolute. His refusal to Yun Xiaodao and Zhu Rong was akin to a solid war fortress regarding their meetings with their younger and elder female relatives. Barely before the dawn of the next day, Qin Xiang hastily entered the mysterious realm. Though he knew that the extreme Dan King courtyard was inside, but he did not know the path to it. "Well, you came quite early. Come with me," Wu Keiming said with a happy smile. Regarding Qin Xiang, Wu Keiming was very interested. Originally, Elder Dan had forbidden anyone to receive Qin Xiang as their apprentice, but now not only did he get himself a true martial realm apprentice, he also obtained the permission to enter the extreme Dan King courtyard. Qin Xiang did not know what it meant to enter the extreme Dan King courtyard, but Wu Keiming knew very well what it meant. The extreme Dan King courtyard had the simple appearance of a very ordinary house. Above the entrance was Extreme Dan King Courtyard. Only these 4 characters and nothing else out of the ordinary, Elder Wu. In the end, just what kind of place is the Extreme Dan King Courtyard? Qin Xiang asked. Hey, you will know once you go inside. I will take my leave now. Take care." Wu Keiming's smile was very mysterious. Seeing this, Qin Xiang had a bad premonition for the near future. The spirit qi inside the mysterious realm was very rich. Qin Xiang felt that if he stayed here for a bit, he would definitely be able to cultivate a large amount of true qi. But no matter how much faster this process was, it was still incomparable to the speed when he cultivated using pills. "You came quite early. Were you brought in by Elder Wu?" The sound of Elder Dan's voice came from close by. Chun Xiang walked towards the sound and replied, "Yes. What exactly do you want me to do here in the extreme Dan King courtyard?" "I'm the only person who stays here in the extreme Dan King courtyard. Now you will also stay here." Elder Dan responded. Her tone was extremely serious. "Why?" Chun Xiang was very shocked in his heart. He was going to stay here every day alone with her. This would definitely not be a good thing. "I'm preparing to go behind closed doors for quite some time in order to refine Dawn. You will call all the shots here in the extreme Dan King courtyard and essentially become its master." Elder Dan replied, "You do not have to do much here. After all, there are already specialists who are responsible for planting the spirit herbs. Regarding all the other matters, they are also managed by someone. The only important thing you need to do is maintain the dignity of the extreme Dan King courtyard. As to how this goes, you will naturally understand later." Chun Xiang was dazed for a brief second. He had never expected Elder Dan to trust him with such an important matter. Considering her words, Elder Dan probably did not hate him that much. Was it all due to something I've done? Or did she do it all in a fit of anger? Chun Xiang arrived at a somewhat funny conclusion. Chun Xiang sucked in a mouthful of air and asked Elder Dan about those foundation building, Dawn. "How much time did you think it would take? I have already refined it and sent it to the divine weapon, Heavenly Empire, and Icewind Valley." Elder Dan's tone was somewhat angry when she replied. She had not expected Chun Xiang to actually still be worried about this issue. Chun Xiang nodded his head in reply and said with a smile, "Then thanks a lot, Elder Dan. You can rest assured and head behind closed doors to refine Dawn. Chun Xiang, I'll ask you once again. Are you willing to take me as your teacher? You should know that I have never received an apprentice." Elder Dan asked. A sliver of gentleness could be found in her voice. Chun Xiang shook his head. "No. Besides having you already stated that you would make life difficult for anyone who received me as an apprentice, if you were to take me as your apprentice, would you not have to make life difficult for yourself? Humph, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Elder Dan took out a jade card and hurled it towards Chun Xiang before storming away. Chun Xiang caught the jade card and carefully looked at it. Above the card, there were actually hair-like patterns which he recognized as spirit veins. Furthermore, there was also a trace of an unknown power. Above this jade card, a set of words were written, "Extreme Dan King Courtyard, Chun Xiang." From then on, Chun Xiang was the only one living inside the Extreme Dan King Courtyard, but he also had a large amount of freedom. Ever since he received Yao Haixing as his apprentice, Yao Haixing rarely appeared. He claimed it was because he needed to go into seclusion for alchemy. In reality, he was just trying to escape because he did not have the face to see others since he had taken Chun Xiang as his teacher. Chun Xiang and Yun Xiaodao rarely went to visit the 329th Martial Courtyard, but they were still members of this Martial Courtyard. What made them a bit surprised was that Zhu Rong actually gave up the lucrative benefits of the 200th Martial Courtyard and went to live with Chun Xiang and the others. His reason for doing so was to better persuade Chun Xiang to meet his sister. In this way, Chun Xiang and Yun Xiaodao, along with Zhu Rong, this stingy fatty, became friends. Though they often cursed at each other, they had very good brotherly feelings towards each other. Elder brother Chin, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. Yun Xiaodao, upon seeing Chun Xiang walk into the martial courtyard, hastily jumped up. Because Chun Xiang now resided in the extreme Dan King courtyard inside the mysterious realm, Zhu Rong and Yun Xiaodao did not have the liberty to enter it. Although they had something to discuss with Chun Xiang, they could not look for him. "What is it?" Chun Xiang asked. Zhu Rong was waving a sheet in his hand and helplessly said, "Yes, well, due to the careful selection of this little rascal Yin, we received a very boring and nonsensical task." Chun Xiang now remembered that it has already been 1 month since he entered the inner sect and they needed to perform a task arranged by the sect. In this 1 month, he had learned some new martial skills along with the water, attributed, black, tortoise divine exercise. While the majority of these were more defensive-oriented martial skills, and there was only 1 or 2 different types, it had made Chen Xiang very satisfied with his progress. Chen Xiang was just thinking about asking about the task at hand when Yun Xiaodao laughed and said, "This is one very good task. It's about the matter of the heavenly dragon treasure." Heavenly dragon treasure. It was one of the most recent matters that caused major uproar these past 10 days. This was a treasure from the ancient times. A dragon had fell on the Chinu mainland and left it, and along with it appeared the emergence of rumors about a map regarding the heavenly dragon treasure. But this map was also very expensive and was around 100,000 crystal stones for a copy. At first, the majority of people thought it was fake, and someone only put forth this false information to earn some crystal stones. But after detailed analysis by some elders, the place marked as the treasure was indeed the location where the dragon inside the legend had once appeared. That place was called Paris, plus-ing Dragon Mountains, and could be regarded as a dangerous area. How can there be any heavenly dragon treasures? When the rumor had not even appeared, our Zhu family searched the place thoroughly, and it didn't have farts. Zhu Rong contemptuously said, "Humph, my Yun family had already searched over 100 years before your Zhu family ever went to search." Yun Xiaodao said, "Paris, plus-ing Dragon Mountains containing a mystical treasure." This was a legend from long ago. Many people had gone to search for it, but no one found anything. Chen Xiang took the paper from Yun Xiaodao and looked at the map, as well as the details from the extreme martial sect's explanation of the task. They were responsible for investigating whether or not it was true, and for reporting any further information before the task could be considered finished. Although it may be a rumor, it is also a very easy thing to do. We can almost treat it as playing around. However, I heard that many individuals from major sects have also arrived to search for it. Not only it has caused commotion in the extreme martial province, but it is same for all the other provinces. There truly are many idiots. So many have come Russ. Plussing here from afar. Zhu Rong laughed. Come on, so many people are heading over here, so there is a high chance that it might be true. Previously, your family had not found anything there. Maybe it was because there was a mysterious realm there. You also know about mysterious realms, right? The ways any mysterious realm appeared were extremely special. Sometimes it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Other times someone needed to fulfill certain conditions for an entrance to appear. There were also some cases where a very strong power was needed to forcefully rip open the passage. Chapter 98, Peerless Martial Sect. Chapter 98, Peerless Martial Sect. Just when Chen Xiang was determined to go, an old woman who was wearing an ordinary dress suddenly appeared. Xiaodao, due to some matters within your family, you need to take a trip back. This woman was Yun Xiaodao's teacher, a martial artist of the true martial realm. Yun Xiaodao had a look of reluctance. If it wasn't for the strength of this old woman, he would definitely not go back. However, he now had to clench his teeth and leave with the old woman. Elder brother Chen, this time I'll have to request you to help out. Next time I'll help you with your task. This was the statement Yun Xiaodao left behind. Younger brother Chen, as you find it very interesting, you can go by yourself. I do not intend to join in on the fun, and also request you to do so. The instant Zhu Rong finished speaking, he left before Chen Xiang could even blink. He did not expect this fatty's speed to be so quick. Chen Xiang let out a snort before folding the map and leaving the extreme martial sect. The extreme martial sect's assigned tasks were generally completed by several disciples of a martial courtyard. However, regardless of how many people go, it was all fine as long as the matter was resolved. Plus-ing Dragon Mountain was located at one of the border areas of the extreme martial province. It was relatively close to the borders of the Beast Martial Province, which was the site of the Beast Martial sect. In this province, there were relatively more demon beasts. However, the majority of these were being raised by the disciples of the beast martial sect in a cage as pets. The martial skills they learned and practiced were also invariably connected with the demon beasts. The road Qin Xiang needed to take was very far, but he sped things up by using the vermilion bird fire wings to fly at night, and this allowed him to quickly cross many mountain forests. 10 days passed by as Qin Xiang made a long and wearisome journey before finally arriving at Guanlong City. From here, the distance to the Paris Plussing Dragon Mountains was not that far. Recently, many people had gathered here. After Qin Xiang asked around, he came to know why so many people believed in the legendary Heavenly Dragon treasure. This was because 1 month ago, many people in Guanlong City saw a strange and unique aura appear in the direction of the Paris in Dragon Mountains, which was followed by a dragon's roar coming from the horizon. This kind of thing was very likely to be the sign of the opening of a mysterious realm. After coming here, Qin Xiang also learned some extreme martial sect-related information. A martial arts sect called the Peerless Martial Sect had been incorporated and fused with the Extreme Martial Sect along with all of their disciples. The Peerless Martial Sect was another first CLA's sect and was ranked just behind the Qinwu mainland's 8 major righteous sects. It could also be considered as one of the strongest rising stars and had been established at the coastal areas of the Extreme Martial Province. Unfortunately, the entire Peerless Martial Sect had been swallowed up by the sea and suffered very heavy losses. In order to continue the development of their disciples, the Peerless Martial Sect's dean sought the majority of the disciples' agreement before incorporating themselves into the Extreme Martial Sect. The Peerless Martial Sect's dean originally had some relations with the Extreme Martial Sect, and their marital skills had actually stemmed from them, since it had accepted the help of the Extreme Martial Sect. Being incorporated into the larger sect was not a bad thing for them and could even be considered a joyful mother. You see, Kerr, just what kind of plus T2I task did this father come here to complete? The Extreme Martial Sect is actually holding a large-scale banquet here for the Peerless Martial Sect and giving them a large, welcoming dinner. Qin Xiang, thinking about this, secretly cursed in his heart. As for the Extreme Martial Sect's disciples, it was also a joyful matter. This was because in the entirety of the Peerless Martial Sect's disciples, there was a good number of female disciples. The Extreme Martial Sect had modified their sect rules and were now willing to take female disciples so that the Peerless Martial Sect could be comfortably integrated into the Extreme Martial Sect. Qin Xiang also thought that the inner martial courtyard would no longer have a lifeless appearance now. If it was not for the arrival of Zhu Rong, then the inner martial courtyard Qin Xiang was staying in would only have 2 disciples. Qin Xiang had spent a few days in Guanlong City asking and recording information from his surveys. 2 sisters, should I go take a look at the Heavenly Dragon treasure? Qin Xiang asked. He learned that there were a lot of true martial realm experts from other sects that came here. He was sure that if a little shrimp of the 9th level of the mortal martial realm were to go, he would be unable to even see a glimpse of the treasure. Go and take a look. Although it's almost impossible to get anything, it will introduce a new perspective and present a new outlook on the world for you. It will not be bad for you. Bai Yu replied. Su Meiyao also similarly agreed. If it really is a mysterious realm, then maybe you can fish up something. But in the case that you sense that something isn't right, escape immediately. Qin Xiang nodded his head. He had already completed the task at this point. Now he only thought of going to take a look and nothing more. After leaving Guanlong City, Qin Xiang entered into a patch of jungle. Like everyone else, he did not walk on the road because he knew that there existed some good herbs in the Paris Plussing Dragon Mountains. He thought of taking a slight detour to see if he could chance upon some good herbs. Soon after entering inside the mountain forest, Qin Xiang discovered a set of demon beast footprints. From observing the footprints, he concluded that the overall Ma's S of the demon beast was definitely not small, which made him somewhat curious. He had not hunted or killed demon beasts after leaving the extreme martial sect. Besides, he also knew that demon beasts were good at finding spirit herbs. If he tracked it down, then maybe something good would be waiting for him. Chun Xiang followed the footprints as more than 3-hour pas said. The sky had turned dark, but he could still clearly see everything inside the forest. And in the distance, he saw a black lion as tall as human. When Chun Xiang had been residing in the inner courtyard regular hall, he read a book about demon beasts. This black lion was a very ferocious grade 10 demon beast, and also had a great chance to evolve into a spirit beast. It was called the night hunting lion. Who is it? A cold and tender shout resounded. Chun Xiang saw the night hunting lion from the top of a tree before jumping down. A girl had been sitting on the night hunting lion's back and looked around with a ruthless and arrogant gaze. At this moment, Chun Xiang went into hiding behind the tree. He was greatly startled because he just saw what the night hunting lion was eating a moment ago. It turned out to be some humans, beast martial sect's disciples. No one had ever thought that they were using human corpses for feeding their demon beasts. Chun Xiang secretly thought. Although he was far away, he could still see the civilian attire on the human corpse. It was easy for a martial arts sect's disciple to casually kidnap some civilians. However, Chun Xiang saw dozens of human bodies just a moment ago. Chun Xiang clenched his fists tightly. He was an extreme martial sect's disciple, and they were responsible for protecting the extreme martial province. Yet now their civilians were actually being grabbed by beast martial sect disciples for the food of their demon beasts. How could he not be furious? If this matter were to spread out, it would make all the citizens throughout the entire extreme martial sect furious beyond belief. Chun Xiang went out and walked towards the night hunting lion with a cold look on his face. As he coldly glared at the girl sitting on the back of the night hunting lion, he thought this girl was extremely hideous despite her pretty appearance. Who is it? Quickly show yourself, or I'll treat you just like these mortals and make you food for Little Black. The girl loudly shouted before taking out a long sword. Beast, shut your F.U. See, King Mouth. Seeing the night hunting lion chewing on human flesh, Chun Xiang felt anger seeping through his veins and into his heart. True chi gushed out from beneath his feet, and he instantly leapt right next to the night hunting lion. Like lightning, his finger shot out. That fingertip was surging and was coated in invisible universal true chi, which directly penetrated the night hunting lion's skull. In that one blow of his, Chun Xiang not only casted the profound aura finger, but did so with universal true chi. Blood madly gushed out from the little hole that had been punctured by his finger on the stark head of the night hunting lion. TLN, we have used Peerless Martial Sect instead of Peerless Sect to have more better flow.